people doing different things in life.
I've seen all kinds of stuff in my life, and I love it
Yeah,
all.
so, that's how I see it in a sense.
But
But Mark, the whole thing is
yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
the
I
the,
get it.
ju-
I get it.
the judge saw, and he did not just approve it just because he's like, oh, that guy is a good guy, and yeah, they have this. No, the judge saw the paperwork, and he saw the numbers, and he approved the numbers. I mean, let's face it. I mean, the judge will not just approve the case just because people talk him to it. You know, they were not selling him product. They have to prove it to him that this is how it can be done, and he's like, yep, there you go. But at the end of the day, uh, for me, it's about, like I was saying it, it's about the end of the deal, not how the deal in a sense is going. Because, like, for me, there's no difference what's gonna happen, because I'm not part of that negotiation shit. I just want to see what's there for me, and what's there for me apparently is gonna be uh you know more, because they gonna sell it for more for what they gonna buy it from this guy. And why that guy cannot sell it? Well, maybe because there's a contract already, and maybe because you don't have a connection. It's like, why I cannot buy directly the car from the manufacturer? Well, because maybe I can't. That's why.
No, okay, so let's
Yeah.
move on to something else. I think we
Yeah.
all
Go
agree
ahead.
with
Go
it. I
ahead.
think we all agree, and I
Yep.
don't want to downplay any play at all because I like to watch
No.
them all. I watch all the plays all the time, uh, too much.
Lots of going on. That's for sure.
Well,
Oh,
that was
Mark,
that was our
tell us what.
signal to move on to something else.
Mark,
no,
tell us
that
what
was.
happened to that
Hold on.
SIDU.
Hold on, hold on.
All right, everybody, welcome. We are now streaming on YouTube as well. One, I wanted to make that
What
announcement. So just
the
kind of
fudge?
right. So people
Shut
can
the
listen to
front door.
our insanity on the internet on Beyond X as well, which is kind of making MDS a little queasy, I will have to say. Lols. But so that also means that we should start the show here then. I mean, it was a good talk. I want to thank everybody for coming up, and please stay up here. I'm not trying to get everyone off, just trying to handle some business before we get on. Uh, you know, everybody welcome to not financial advice with attitude, NFAWA, as we like to say, in this auditory escape. Our host, the guardians of precarious wit, embark on a journey through the exhilarating but perilous terrain of financial discussions. However, heed this proclamation. The content herein is not by any stretch of the imagination to be considered financial counsel. The dozens of NFAWA, characterized by their audacious attitudes, are not accredited financial advisors hired by you. We take zero responsibility for what you do with your money. We only buy stocks between each other and for each other. Um, that is not true. That's a joke. Uh, however, Yeah, so it's really a joke. None of us are here to lose money from anyone else. If you take a trade, it's all your responsibility, and you should probably consult a financial advisor that'll go over things like that. As you navigate these auditorial waters, be warned that any investment undertakings influenced by the insights and shenanigans of our host, keyword shenanigans there, are your own peril. We beseech you, dear listeners, to consult the professionals of financial wisdom for sound advice. You will not find it here. In this raunchous arena of finance, the hosts of NFAWA present no warranties, guarantees, or certainties. Um, past success does not indicate future returns. Uh, our space is a platform for entertainment and not a vessel for financial certitude. or anything of that nature. And so, with this declaration echoing in the winds of the financial domain, let NFAWA take you on a voyage where attitudes reign supreme and financial advice is only a myth.
NDS, can I have less than zero accountability? Because I need less than zero accountability.
So, one thing I did want to bring to your guys is, oh wait, MDS, you can talk again. Sorry, I
Oh,
went
there
through
I am.
that.
I can't hear anyone.
I know he just went mute. He said there I am and then immediately muted it. That's
I'm
all
assuming
that
that him
MDS
not
had to say.
responding to my question means
I,
that I get
I,
less than
I
zero
got
accountability,
muted.
which is
I got
awesome.
muted.
I
He,
was
he,
laughing so hard.
I got muted, man. He's totally put me on the plank.
Because I offered you co-host. You could have had this power, but you turned it down. It could have been all three of our voices and Captain as a speaker, but no.
Oh, okay. My bad. Someone has to be the rational word of wisdom here.
That is true. That
And
is
that's
true.
why we needed you up there.
So what happened to SIDU today?
I think it pumped a bit, didn't it?
Oh yeah, quite a bit. Went
No,
to
it's a long time play for me. I don't know what else to say about it. That's all. I don't know
so
what else to say.
you didn't double your position, like sell it and buy it.
So right now I have over 280,000 shares,
Oh, I see.
but it's I didn't double anything today. No, no, no. I feel like something's gonna happen, or they're gonna reverse split, and I'm gonna be on the shitty end. I mean, this is the process. Lots of people, um, do this stuff and say these things to me, and I know you didn't mean it in a nefarious way, but lots of people say these things to me, and I'm like, okay, I've had a couple plays that are complete busts, but if you bet $100 on 10 different things, $10 on each one, and one of them pays you $1,000, then you don't really care that the other nine, you know, didn't amount to anything.
Yeah, or within 20% negative or positive,
Yeah, and we
because
still have the
you know
other play. I still have the other
yeah.
plays. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but
Yeah.
yeah, boy, no, this is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, because like the price went up to like 70% today, because it started 66 cents and then it went to like maybe 11 cents, I would say, and then it was just dropping
See, you
down.
went to 11.
Yeah, I think so. 10,
No,
10
let
and
me
a half
check this out.
at 9 a.m. You were still probably sleeping. That's why I text you in the morning that I bought it, few shares at six
Yeah,
cents.
it went to 11.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at that. That even that, for lack of a better word, that makes my chubber thicker.
that's why
This is
I
gonna be
was thinking.
awesome.
That's
Yeah,
what
no,
that's what I would see. You see,
yeah.
you didn't
I
even
no,
pay
I
attention
missed it.
to
I
stuff
missed it.
like that, man. I was thinking, did you sold it and bought it on the bottom, which is you will double it? And like, no, you were still sleeping.
Yeah, and you know what? It's because MDS made me drink all those rum drinks last night, and I
Yeah,
slept in today.
and no, you drank those shots and you thought that you're gonna sober up
But I
like a
don't have any
1 year old.
accountability for my life. That's not how this
Yeah,
works.
no.
I
But
have
Mark,
zero accountability for what goes on. It's all
so
MDS's fault. He was supposed to do this stuff for me, and he blew it.
The captain fell asleep at the wheel.
yeah, so
We're
Mark,
sailing adrift with no
there was a
direction.
news today that they got a contract extended, isn't it?
It's
That's
possible, yeah. No, like I said, I'm not the least bit concerned about Sea-Doo because I know that they have lots of good government contracts, lots of regular contracts. We're in a tough spot right here, right now, but um, with the price, but the share price doesn't threaten the sustainability of the company.
what I'm, and maybe maybe MTS will be more technical with us. The the shares are below 10 cents for over a month now, and yet they are still in Nasdaq.
So
What ca-
you can appeal all these decisions.
you can even the 10 cents?
Yeah, absolutely. You can appeal all this stuff, and that's
Hmm.
what they do. Like it's
Yeah, and usually if you have a good excuse or you've got a good thesis or whatever you're applying to the Nasdaq, you're bartering basically. They'll give you a chance. You know, their whole goal is not to kick you off because they lose money, um, but in the end they have rules. So in the end, if you don't meet whatever their requirements are, I've seen companies go for a long time just appealing and showing what they're trying to do to regain compliance. So, but eventually, if they don't do it, and then it's up to Nasdaq, if they want to kick you off, then that's fine. They'll kick
no.
you
I
off.
think it'll be springtime when they actually have to do a reverse split or something like that.
Yeah, when the winds
Yeah,
of change
And
come in,
that's
that's when.
actually what I'm waiting to double down. When as ridiculous as it sounds, because I'm so freaking degenerate that I wait on an opportune moment to be more degenerate. if that's, but that's when I'll double down and I'll actually probably own, I don't know, 5% of that company, and then they'll have to call me. They will. It'll be
Mark,
awesome. It'll be an awesome day at Mark's house.
but but
The,
first
the day
make
that
sure
the
that you
Sea-Doo
pay.
CEOs call me.
Mark, first make
Yes,
sure
sir.
that you pay IRS, okay, before you
I
double it down.
I have I have people that take care of that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that's
So
we were talking about that earlier. Where Ivy now said I need to come up to her with a sack of money because my success has now been my downfall. If that's a
no,
good thing or
what
bad thing, I don't know.
the
I
success is
blame it
Just
on
want to point
Captain
out.
because Captain was supposed to be freaking keeping track of all this tax shit.
Of which shit?
Yeah, my tax stuff.
the success is
Oh, I don't even
liability.
take care of my
I hate
taxes. So like, why would
taxes.
you? Why would I take care of your taxes? Like, I don't even pay myself well enough to take care of my own taxes, and I do usually taxes, so I don't know what to tell you.
No, that literally that meme where that dog is sitting there and whips her head around and says, "What?" That was Ivy this morning. I'm glad I told her when I was still at a
The
buzz
funny
from the
the,
night
the funny
before.
thing is, I asked you that. I said, so what do you do with this? And you gave me an answer that I don't think we should repeat again. Um, but,
Exactly.
but and you kind of alluded to that fact, anyways. It's funny that she brought it. Was she listening last night? Is Ivy one of our
I
listeners?
think no, she was listening to me. She's like, "Why are you screaming in the basement?" And granted, my basement is not like a basement like in Alabama where there's like bricks on the wall. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying, like my basement is like a regular house still. She's like, "What are you doing down there screaming to them people on the internet?" I'm like, we got to talk about some stuff." And she's a financial person. Don't get me wrong.
So let's see. I did want to touch on one topic that of which we are our title of this week. Go duck yourself. Because Elon said a similar phrase to advertisers. Did you guys hear that story?
Yes.
Does anyone want to expound? I mean, I'm getting this story on. Ooh, who should I repost on this one then? That's a good question. There's so many. I guess I'm gonna go with the first one I see. That's good. Ashley's got. I don't like that. No, let's go with Simon.
I saw some pretty good memes or whatever about this whole deal with Elon, and there's some pretty funny ones out there.
It
Did you see
really
what
is.
the one with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? That was a pretty good one.
Also, before we get too into it, I do want to note that we have, I don't know, 8, 10 people in here, and we only have 3 likes. Drop a like if you like what you're hearing. If you don't, then don't drop a like. But yeah, no, it's it's an interesting perspective. I wonder what he means by blackmailing him.
Man, I have no idea. But I know Elon, and he doesn't like to lose.
And he doesn't lose often, from what
No,
I've seen.
no, he does not like losing. Yeah, that was a good one. That one with Regis Philbin and the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or whatever. Did you see that meme where they were doing that? That he uses the lifeline or whatever?
No, I didn't. What was that on Saturday Night Live?
No, I saw it on Twitter, dude.
Yeah, he called the wrong guy, and then basically he told him.
Oh, he said, "Go duck yourself." Oh, that's
Yeah.
hilarious. He's like, "I'm gonna use my
Yeah,
one call," and it's like,
Everyone
call to
knows you
get the
use your
phone.
lifeline to call me. That's isn't
He
that what
didn't
you
have
do,
Mark's
MBS?
number. He didn't
If
have
you're
your
down to
number.
your last bit of rope, who do you call?
Oh, definitely lifeline right there, Mark.
Exactly. Everyone knows you use your lifeline to call me. That's poppycock. If that didn't happen, that's why it's failed. There's no other explanation for it. Everyone knows you use your lifeline to call me. God.
How does that work in the studio? Like, do you tell your friend like, "Oh, it's recording from this time to this time, so be by the phone
I
because
think
I
so.
might call
Yeah.
you"?
Yeah, I think so. Except in your
yeah,
case, Captain, where I'm always waiting for your call from on the lifeline.
I'm a big texter, man. That's my thing. Is I'm a big texter. As we saw in the last space, I'm not very good with feelings. I like the market. I like to talk about what's going on in the market or how people have wronged me in the market. But beyond that, I'm not big on. I'm a texter.
Yeah, I like to text also. I do.
And I
I
like to
probably
be
sent
actually.
80,
I would
85
call.
text messages today. It was pretty
I'm
awesome.
gonna start calling you though, Mark, because I gotta be better about reaching out to people. So
I'm going to start sending you to voicemail. So,
yeah.
that's a
But today
joke.
was a
I'm only
good day.
joking. I only send W Tech to voicemail.
Yeah, I was a. Did you see that I called you today? Four
You
o
called me this
three.
morning? Today?
No, 4:03 p.m.
Oh, what did you want to talk about?
I was to remind you about the space call. You told me to remind you, so I called,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, did
Yeah,
show up.
I appreciate it. No, no,
you don't
I
even
just
wait
here
a
today.
minute.
She woke me.
No,
She made me. She didn't wake me up. She pulled me
Hold on,
together today.
hold on. We out here calling people on the phone, not just shooting them a invite DM. I'm
Yes,
so I'm so
Captain.
horrible with that.
People call me
Like,
on the phone and tell me, "Hey, Mark,
Overachiever, man.
we need you to interact."
No, Mark said Mark specifically say, "Hey, remind me tomorrow."
Yeah,
Just
I
before,
did.
so I'm like,
I did.
I actually like, well, fuck, I'm just gonna call him because he's he he's one of those people that, like, when I send him DM, he's gonna respond me 3 weeks from the DM, and so
I'm
Captain
not
Firm,
impulsive. I
Captain
like to
Firm.
think about stuff before I
and
respond.
I'm not part of the Discord circle, so obviously I'm not in the circle yet. So there you go.
Actually, with WTech, I'm not. I have Discord and I've used it today, but I don't know if I'm in any kind. I don't even know if I'm talking to the same people that think that I'm talking
You know, yeah.
to.
No,
I'm probably
no, it's
talking to some dudes in South Africa.
it probably is because none of them have any names that match any Twitter names. That must be confusing. I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
I,
Literally, my daughter sent me something yesterday. She said, "Oh, you got Discord." I'm like,
Mark, don't
"Does this
worry,
work,
man,
babe?"
because
She
like
said, "Yeah, it's only been 7 years since I told you to get this."
I I don't use Discord too because like I'm like, man, this is like there's enough conversation in my life. I'm like, no, I'm not using this thing. Now I have to figure out another thing
Let
to
me tell
figure
you
out.
how awesome it is.
It's okay, man. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I
okay.
don't know. I don't
He's
know how to
one day
explain it.
experience to remember that. Oh
Eh,
shit.
it's
I
okay,
think there's a
man.
way that you can like do live stuff on it too, like a space call version, right? You can do like space calls with movies on it,
Oh, you can,
Zoom.
yeah, you can,
like a
yeah,
Zoom
you
call
can
or something.
stream.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, you can stream. You can host like parties. You can play
Yeah, no,
games.
I'm not putting it down. I think it's awesome. The funny thing was my daughter yesterday or today when I finally got on, she's like, "Oh, you finally got Discord, Dad." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah."
Well, I got stuff like that at my work, and I'm like, that's enough, man. There's always some upgrades and bullshit, and I'm like, no. I'm like, I try to stay. I just try to be on my phone if I can, and not figure out too much stuff.
Tell me you didn't participate in the last NFT bull market without telling me you didn't participate in the last NFT bull market. Every scammy NFT had a Discord. It was so crazy.
Oh, really? Did it?
Yeah, I literally have hundreds of Discords because of that.
But how
And I
many
never looked at
NFTs do you
NFT.
have?
I have a bit. I have a bit. Not a ton and nothing popular.
I'll give you $100 for all of them right now.
Nope. I have ones listed for 741 ETH.
Because that's how
They'll
I do
never sell.
business, like Shady Gems, baby. I'll give you $100 for all of them right now. I just buy in bulk and hope that one of them pans out.
You're not gonna budge on one NFT.
No, I need them all.
Me?
I'll I'll
No.
I'll s-
No.
I'll, s-
Me.
I'll sell you all my Reddit NFTs. I could send you a screenshot of some NFTs as well.
Is Reddit still a thing?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, you don't
What
use
kind of
Reddit?
fucking losers are still spending their days on Reddit?
We have a Reddit. We have an official Reddit that no one posts on, Mark. I would just like to say that.
Dude, that's the joke of it all. That's awesome.
Dude, we are so connected with a bunch of things that aren't active. It's so great. It's wonderful. There's no one watching our stream right now. It's beautiful.
Dude, just so you know that wasn't meant to be like a put down or anything. It was meant to be for someone to say, "Hey, we're on Reddit right now." That was the whole point of it all.
Yeah, it was all planned. It was all.
Well,
This
no,
is all.
like I'm very meticulous in planning about the things that I say sometimes. Like when I automatically bring MDS into the conversation, it's to bring the voice of reason in because he's supposed to be the voice of reason.
I am voice of reason.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Well, I mean, when it comes to Captain and I mean, you don't have to
Yeah.
be very reasonable to be the voice of reason with us two.
I mean, someone has to grab the wheel, steer the ship, you know.
You got to take the helm, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can't stay up all night drinking rum and making guys call you.
No, absolutely. You can stay up all night drinking rum. Don't say that is not an option because that's always an option.
I'm gonna be quite honest. I get a little tuned up every Tuesday now because I have a good time sitting on here listening
And
to
that's how it
all
should
this
be, dude.
nonsense.
We're just
Oh yeah, it's fun.
no one's making life-changing decisions other than me. So
Other than Wheeler.
yeah, me making life-changing decisions.
Yeah.
And then I had to figure out a way. I'm almost sorry that I made some of these trades because now Ivy's like, Mark, where are we gonna get all this tax money? I'm like, ah, God. I Oh God. Yep, she got me today. She got me. So I'm gonna have to go to the bank and get a check or something. I don't know.
Just
Like a whole bunch of receipts.
Well,
I
recently I was
you,
thinking to buy
you
the.
need some expense receipts, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm
Okay.
talking about.
All right. Well, maybe we'll expense my truck or something.
That's
Well,
not gonna cut it, dude.
just start an
Dude,
LLC.
how much did your truck cost?
About as much as you need to pay in taxes, I think.
Well, then we might be all right, dude.
Yeah. Start an
No,
LLC.
is it
Well,
crazy? No, I don't have any problem.
can you hold the
I don't want
insurance?
people to think that I'm a Dodger or something like that. I don't have any problem paying the taxes.
All
When
I
she,
want you to do is hold the insurance. That's it.
dude, you will just put it on the tab with the rest of the cars
Right.
that
Yeah.
don't get driven in my driveway.
It could be like one of your first vehicle purchases for Marco.
Uh, no,
the
that would have to be a 1986 Chevy truck.
Chevy truck. Well, I got a newer Chevy truck.
1986. I want to reinvent my child. That was like my first truck that I had, a
Oh
1986
man,
Chevy. It was pretty freaking awesome. Yeah,
I know what it looks like.
boxy. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
square
was a
body.
pretty awesome deal. All I know is, after all but said and done, this morning Ivy was unhappy with me, and she said, "Yeah, I need this money." Because she's an accountant. I don't know if lots of you guys know that she's an accountant. She said, yeah, "How are we gonna? You can't make all this money and then hide it from the government." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know, babe. I
How
know."
is she with tax loss harvesting? I might need a little bit of that.
No, she's just a regular accountant. She's not like a tax accountant. She's more like a business.
Ah,
there
She's
might
like
be
a
some
director of finance at a business, but she knows how to do our taxes. And she's like, "Dude, yeah."
there might be some robots to sell. I think some companies might be
There's
selling
nothing I
some
can do
robots.
tomorrow to fix it. It's not that kind of fix. I don't. There's I like even if we come up with big receipts and stuff like that, there's no way to fix it. I have to
with
go to
Call
the
you.
bank and get the
with
money.
this as well put as this is all put together, we would think we'd have an accountant. We already have monkeys that buy stocks.
Dude, we have an accountant. She's the one that told me, Mark, I need the fucking money. Yeah, we have an accountant. It's all right. I just don't like giving my money to the government. I hate it. I hate taxes.
The unwanted stepbrother.
No, I'll pay it and I'll give her the money. But God, I would rather give the money to Captain and he'd go on a freaking 8-month drinking binge with the money than to give it to the government. Literally, I would rather hear the stories of the money that I gave to MDS and his family and they went on a vacation. I would rather them do that than give it to the freaking government because they just piss your money away and on nonsensical shit. And
Yep.
it's very irritating. It is. If they were buying good stuff or they were spending it reasonably, you don't have a problem. You know,
But you can
No.
also try to donate. Maybe
don't
try that.
there's WT. There's no fixing the money that I owe in taxes. It is what it is.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
just want to announce that Blockbuster is running they're roasting people right now. So if anyone would like to go get roasted by Blockbuster,
I
go
just
call.
bought Blockbuster. It's no big deal.
No, I know, but their Twitter
I'm only
account is
kidding.
roasting people. So if anyone posts a roast, let us know. We'll like it and go like ours. I put it in the nest. I said hit us. Don't look up our late fees. Lulz. But yeah, if anyone wants to like that tweet or post
Dude,
a
you
roast,
still owing on that RoboCop, ain't you?
No, I
I
got.
still had that copy of RoboCop. So what, MDS?
No, I found the truck for Mark. I got his '86 Chevy. You know how hard it is to find the 2x4 version of that?
No, I need the 4x4.
Hey guys, I'm going to bed again. So I, tomorrow I can wake up, earn some money, so eventually I can pay the government next year.
All right, W Tech, call me tomorrow. Make sure that I pay my taxes.
No, you got 7 more days. I don't know about, man.
I
So
have tons more days. It doesn't matter. Like
I'm just
whenever
like,
the due date for taxes is,
yeah,
my guys are always like, "Yeah, we'll get 6 months more out of this.
April
We
15
get
or
all
April
kinds of
17,
interest."
man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I but I also want to say I'm just surprised you guys like have to file taxes. Like I must be doing it wrong. I don't know.
You don't file anything. That's fucking brilliant.
No, I just don't have to because my
Yeah,
trading
he's on
style
the right
leaves
Dude,
me.
path.
that's brilliant. So when you go to
What-
court, you're just like, I didn't know that this was a thing.
That's kind of a pirate thing to do.
Yeah,
Just
No, that's
I
not.
absolutely.
No,
That's fucking
okay,
awesome.
no.
okay, both of you.
Because
He
there's
throws
no
Can,
saying now that no, dude, you did it in
I can't.
2020, but you
I
didn't do it this year. No, I never did it. I didn't know
hold
that we
on.
had to do this.
No,
These
hold
aren't
on.
my fucking rules,
Hold
man.
on. I don't want to say that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that my trading style is so poor that I just don't have to file any because I don't make any profits, which is the joke I was making. Please, if any FDA or I don't even know IRS or whoever is listening, that is not what I'm saying. Do not listen to Mark. Well, sorry, MDS, for cutting you off.
No, no, I was just envisioning you going up to the judge and throwing like a couple pieces of 8 up there on the counter. Is that gonna do
Yeah, does this cover it,
I will say one
lady?
more thing. You
As
can always say that maybe it was a conspiracy theory. I
that's right. I thought it was like flat Earth. It was just everybody was in on this flat Earth conspiracy. That's exactly the excuse
Dude,
you
I
have
always had the money in my pocket. They never came to get it.
here.
I can't just like lay it out on the stoop. They have to come pick it up. I always had the money.
Hey, Whitech, before you go, make sure to remember about Win and Wheeler. It's easy to remember. Win Wheeler.
Or just keep the eye on them. Yeah.
Win
Keep
Wheeler,
an eye.
Taxman. That's all you got to remember.
Yeah.
Win Wheeler, Taxman.
Okay. Good night, guys.
Good
Have a
night,
good
Doug
one.
Tech. Take care, boss. The
Huh.
last thing I expected today was to make more money from Wheeler, but I did.
Ugh, crazy.
The last thing I
What
expected
kind
to
of
be was
degenerate
like
life are we living?
the last thing I expected today was to be 4 cents closer to breaking even on Wheeler. So it's a beautiful thing. I almost went and doubled down this morning because I wanted to get mine to right about where it is today. Yeah.
Did did somebody tell you where the top was at?
No, I bought like around 37 because I thought we might see a little pop, but I was wrong. I mean, I'm sure we'll get back there.
We'll get
I
back.
don't want to let everyone know when I bought Wheeler, but I mean it was a long time ago, and you guys laughed at me and called me foolish.
I don't
And
think anyone called you foolish back then.
well, MDS did, and then he went in my account and bought it for me anyway, and then now we're fucking awesome at life. and, and I
It
have
was
enough money to
it was
buy a
the
new
best.
pool, but there's no pool people now in December.
It was the best double down I've ever done, Mark.
Oh,
Too
that
bad
was
it
a
was on your
dude. That was
phone.
a triple down when you guys laughed at me. I'm like, fuck it. I doubled down on it and no one responded on DM. I'm like, fuck it. I'm tripling down the same day, and then I lost, and I was like, man, I did that to spite myself. And then the next day, I was a genius. It was glorious. It was glorious.
Sometimes you gotta drive a hard point, whatever the cost.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I have
Conviction.
to spite myself. That's what I have to do. I'm glad
Complete
MBS does
conviction.
my buy orders. Otherwise,
Uh,
I would never follow through on anything I said.
it's exhausting.
Oh,
Oh, one thing I did want to mention as we've got a brief little pause. Last week I got this random donation to my Twitter tips. Um, and I don't know if you guys knew this, but on Cash App you can actually trade stocks, which is the most degenerate thing I think I've stumbled upon. So I'm now on a mission to make that $20 turn into $1 million. Um, at which point, I don't know, we'll probably meet in an undisclosed location. I'd love to say Vegas, but it's like every community
fine,
says
I'll take care
Vegas,
of it, man.
and I
Don't
and
worry
I
about
feel like if one of them's right, then that could be an issue
it.
because then everyone will know where they are. So we'll be at an undisclosed location once I turn this $20 into $1 million.
A
Um,
that
million.
that's a lofty goal.
oh, and I'm doing it. There's no options. There's no options to help me. I'm doing this the
Ah,
pure Maccabee's way, the
there you
Maggie
go.
Some,
Cat
some
way.
somebody
And
gave you a
the
$20 tip.
yearly challenge is coming up too, January 1st. All those
Yeah.
guys, all of the guys that do the yearly challenge accounts, you start your new account, go for it. You can
You
start
should,
yours with $20.
That's
yeah,
right.
like
Down to $20. You know what? 3 shares of Dish Network, buddy. I've lost already 8 cents.
I'm never gonna hear the end of this.
Lol.
Come on, Dish, do something, damn it.
It's no Torchlight, my friend. It's no not Torchlight. It's no what was that crazy stock you loved?
TTOO.
No, what was that crazy stock that you liked that blew up?
Uh,
Um, it wasn't Torch, but it was something like that. Anyways, what were you
uh,
gonna Serfdom to answer your question? It was the one that ran like 200%
GBSI.
from no the other one.
Oh, the other one. Oh, you mean the oh shoot, no, I can't remember it.
Which
Upstart. Upstart.
Upstart. That's it.
Yeah.
upstart.
Oh man, Upstart was awesome.
I'm still for lost. But Serfdom to answer your question, someone did. Yeah, they. What happened was they were like, "Can I get a
No,
PFP?"
you get all those extra points.
And so I did give them so I made them like a couple of PFPs, and they were like, "Oh, can I pay you for these?" And I was like, "I've got a Twitter tips," and they actually sent $20. I was just happy that they enjoyed the
Nice,
photos.
nice.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Eh,
awesome.
All
Right
right,
on.
curveball MDS.
Yes.
That account I had $25 in before,
Uh-huh.
and I bought BBBY, so it might come sooner than you think. That's all I'm saying. I've got like probably
Oh,
200, 300 shares in
yeah. Well,
there.
of course. That's undisclosed information. We all
So
know. I mean, that's where Malibu's
possible.
coming. Yeah. Yeah, I
You
got full confidence in that.
throughout the day of space calls, everybody's been very collective and professional.
Uh-huh.
And your last space call for BBIG was really good. Got a
Uh-huh.
lot out of that.
Not
And
so much now,
man, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not so well put together when I put my space about. Maybe I need to put get my shit together and
huh?
host a real space.
I don't know. I got to tell you, Serfdom. If you're judging on this one, the other ones were well attended. We have 8 people, and I would much rather have 8 people than. So I'm not judging on it, but I'm
It was
also
it,
Oh
saying,
was-
yeah.
it was absolutely
Oh
awesome last night when there was only the three of us talking, and I didn't have to
oh
worry
fuck, it's
about like
good, right?
pulling my
yeah.
punches.
I had a yeah.
That's when the real
Especially on the
DD
note
comes out.
yeah, especially on the note I left on.
The real DD.
I was really contemplating. I was having a hard time going to bed last night and jumping back in. And I was like, I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready to come back in, see what's going on in the late hours.
Yeah, you're definitely not, but if you stick with us, you will be.
If you stick with us, 'cause, yeah, we're the worst. Yeah, we're the true degenerates. But we like to do DD on the crappy stocks that we
No, it's
do.
glorious.
Moving on to our next segment, it is glorious. We only because I think I'll keep us updated with the meme stock, the second meme stock portfolio, because that's going to be the Maccabi, the Maggie Cabs edition. Um, but I did also
Doesn't
want to talk. Oh, sorry.
doesn't
What was
come
you going
with
to say?
leprechauns and
That is
No,
what.
dude, it comes
That
with
yeah.
money.
oh
Yeah,
That's
so
right. That's
that's the part you want to pay attention to,
oh
knuckle
oops.
fucks.
I'll pull my knuckles off the ground now.
it, it comes with 10 bags of TTOO. That we hate that stock now, but it comes with
I don't hate
10
it.
bags.
I don't hate it. It pumped yesterday. It was awesome.
It was. I should be playing more of the pumps on that. But I like. There's no options on it, right? You can't protect your downside too much. Am I not wrong? You can
You're.
still,
I don't believe there's any options on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
but
Who
you're.
I don't
protects
really watch.
anything these days? You just go for it.
That's right. Full port.
Full
Full
port, dude. I
port.
just told you today. Full port, dude.
Speak, speaking speaking of which, I'm still sitting on 20 contracts of Mullen at 50 cents. Do you
Animal.
think there's a chance? What do you think? Is Mullen still a scam, or has the addition of Mark Basile
I
changed
knew
Do
that narrative?
I knew you were gonna slide in, Mullen. I knew it. I knew it. Even when I threatened you behind the scenes, you still
you?
had to do it.
I
You
don't know.
scurvy.
I don't know. Do you play dice?
Well, and
Dude,
unfortunately,
I love Mullen. I want them to be good so bad that
I don't think they
I'm
can pull
almost
it off.
tricked by that dubious CEO, whether he's dubious or not. I'm almost tricked by the whole facade of the whole deal. Like the other day, I instinctively went in. I'm like, okay, I'll just buy 100 more. I'll buy it 300 more, whatever, to average down. It's almost not even like it's an addiction or something like, but it's too good to pass up, and you hope uh,
An
that they
addiction.
do something. You know,
This thing is
Yeah.
reverse split how many times?
three
I
almost they're going on 3 times this year.
yeah, they're on their like court review appeal process right now, aren't they?
I don't
Phenomenal.
even know if they follow the rules. I love that about them though.
They don't have to. They
They're
don't
gonna
have
reverse split 4 times this year, and three is the maximum. They're like, fuck it. We're gonna 25,000 to 1. Everyone shares, and if you don't like it,
Oh.
then buy something else. And everyone's like, oh, I gotta have that.
I saw the funniest post today on Mullen. The guy goes, the guy goes, I bought my shares of Mullen, and it reverse split, and then it reverse split again, and now I have 0 shares of Mullen.
Actually,
Whoops.
MDS, that guy owes them 1 share. So not only did you not invest in something, but now you owe them extra shit from your house.
His account's on
he's
margin.
he's probably buying the gas for his corporate jet.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't mind the stock. I mean, it is what it is. If that's what you want to buy, that's your business. Like, more power to you. Like I said, at one time I had 25,000 or 50,000 shares of BBIG. I'm an idiot. It is what it is. If you listen to us, then you're awesome.
If you
But
if you listen to
I
us,
can't
you
gauge
might
your
not need a
awesomeness
tax
though.
man.
I can't gauge your awesomeness though unless you send me money. Then I know how awesome you are.
by the size of the envelope alone.
Yes, that's how
Seriously.
I gauge your awesomeness. And
Well,
let
and
it be
so
known that I give my money away anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's awesome.
I guess it's not. I guess I'm not really pondering Mullen in and of itself. I'm more pondering a Brazil pump. Like, is Brazil, like, there's many different ways, right? You could see it as not necessarily a catalyst, but like, hey, what's going on behind that? Are, like, whoever actors, the dilution funders, scared when Mark comes in, and therefore they're like, oh no, the jig is up. We've got to bury this, and so therefore the price corrects to the upside. or or is it part of the show? Like, I think there's some rumors out there that I don't necessarily put a lot into. But I don't know. What do you guys feel on that topic?
The only thing that will fix Mullen is Mullen. I mean, for lack of a better way to put it, the only way that they can fix it is for them to start building trucks and vans and stuff like that, and then sending them out.
Yeah, they gotta sell. They gotta
Yeah,
sell some stuff, man. And like,
yeah.
they're
Vans
the
in the parking lot doesn't cut it anymore. It just
yeah
whenever I see that stuff, I don't even care. And
the
honestly, I would love to buy or an electric van for work stuff. My brother-in-law would love to buy that, dude. He think it would be awesome. The problem is, like, literally when you go to buy an electric van or a new work van, you go to like the used car dealership or the car dealership, and the ones at the new car dealership are like $77,000 for what should be like a $40,000 van. So then you go to used car dealership, and you're like, hey, you guys have like 50 of these vans here, and they're like, yeah, we want like $64,000 for them. You're like, it has 100,000 miles on it. The battery is only good for like 150,000. They're like, it doesn't matter. That's the going price for them. It's ridiculous. If they really, really wanted um, the environmental stuff and electric stuff to catch on, they would give that shit away. How do I get you addicted to drugs? I give you free drugs,
a
right? If you want people to use that stuff, you have to give it away. And people are like, well, this is pretty freaking awesome. This didn't cost me anything. And then you just charge them at the pump. It would cost, instead of costing $20 to charge your vehicle, you charge them $40. Okay. Well, I'll pay $40 because I didn't pay anything for the van. But that's not how they're doing it. They're so backwards in their thinking because they think you're so foolish that you'll just jump in. And I want everyone to be nice, and I want the son to live forever and all this other stuff. That's great, whatever the case may be. But the problem is if you don't make it economically viable for regular people to use shit, they're not going to use shit.
yeah, it
Yeah,
just doesn't sell.
but it's also, I mean, it's coming down, and as more competitors get into the race, I mean, we're going to see VW probably get, pretty heavy into the EV sector. You're going to see, Toyota really, I think, is a champ that no one really talks about in the EV section. A lot of their
No,
base
Toyota's an
models,
awesome car maker. You're right. But what I'm
well,
saying is, if
and a
they
lot of their
really,
base models are hybrids right now, Mark.
if
That's
they
all I was trying
no
to
no if
highlight.
they really wanted people to do it, right, they would just hand them out for free. Say, hey, here, you're going to sign a lease or a rental agreement, and this car is now yours, right? They only lose $40,000 per car. In the grand scheme of things, that's not that big to the government. If let's say they gave away 25,000 cars at what does it cost Toyota to make them? Probably $22,000 if they're selling it for 40 or 50, right? Because the markup is so high on that stuff. So if they really wanted to push the environmental agenda, how do you get people addicted to crack? You give crack away for free, and then you say, "Hey, no, crack's not free anymore. You have to pay $11 a sack or $45 a sack." That's what they did in the '70s and the '80s. They gave it away a little bit for free at first, and people were like, "Man, this is freaking awesome." They
I
they,
think
they skipped
I
that
think
part
that
on us though,
I
and
think
that's
that
the fun part.
I think that Elon's kind of recognized this a bit, and he got a lot of backlash about like pulling back the prices on Teslas throughout the year. And but he's also gone through all the growing pains of development, research and development, getting the stuff on the road, getting everything promoted for the environment to for one, drive across the country and be able to charge your car. So he's kind of leading the race, and then there's a lot of entities that want to get in, and every major car manufacturer is taking a shot at it. And we see like Ford with their Lightning, and I think even Dodge and a lot of American companies have made an attempt, but now they've decided that maybe it's a little better that we work with our competition, and they've developed a partnership to create a charging networks and things across the nation, which I think it's interesting. But I think you're right; it's too expensive. I'm not gonna just run out and buy a Rivian, even though I think they're kind of cool.
Yeah, those Rivian SUVs are slick, man.
Yeah,
The
I got
Rivian trucks
a
are
couple
slick.
buddies
I
that
see
got
them
them.
all the time. Yeah, there's a
They're
couple in my
awesome,
neighborhood. I think they're awesome, but I'm not
but
going to pay $88,000 for a freaking Rivian when I come home and then I have to like plug it in like a freaking vacuum cleaner.
Hey
right.
Mark, how
It's
many Mullen fives have you seen in your neighborhood?
zero.
I
Yeah,
I have never, and I keep track of this stuff too because I like the BMW i5. I love those things. When I went out to Washington State to go on a cruise, I saw them. They were like car share things. They were like parked on the side of the road next to a meter, and you could like swipe your card in the meter, and the car would open up, and it would like drive for you. It was freaking awesome. And I'm like, well, this is pretty cool. Um, but they don't have that where I live. You know, I mean, you can pretend, and I understand this is just like the startup of it all, but you can't expect people to jump on board the boat and then pay to jump on the boat. The
yeah,
boat
and I
has to
think
be free if you just want people to jump
I
on for no
I think
reason.
for where I live in the region that I live in, the Seattle area, and Captain, you probably attest to this as well, is it's kind of a status, to have a Tesla or a Lucid or a Rivian, or pick
I'll
I'd
wreck all
say
pick your
those cars
poison.
just the same.
I
It
would
doesn't make any difference to me.
I would say that used to be like now that the Uber drivers all rent them from thing. I think that the at least the base model Teslas are going down in perceived, but
Right.
also their wider popularity. I mean, I think it's not as cut and dry as Mark is making it sound. I might disagree a little bit. Um,
And I think it's what your exposure is, because like where like up here in the Seattle area, it's every other car on the road is an electric vehicle, and it's kind of mind blowing. And that it's just that cascading event that it is
but
coming, but it's
but
going to adapt in major areas first.
to Mark's point, though, a lot of that came because of the subsidies that both Washington
Right.
and California enacted to, get them popular, right?
Yeah.
I live in
Promote.
Missouri. If I were to drive around for like 6 hours a day in a car, I would probably see 10 Teslas. But
Right.
I would also see 7,000 Chevy Malibus. So I mean, or 1,000 Ford Explorers. So you tell me how we, and I would love for us all to be driving electric cars because I think they're great. I think that's awesome. But how do you implement that on a wide scale?
Mark, if I'm to drive to work, I will see a Tesla every day, and that's just my point. But it's
No,
locationally
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
the spread, yeah. And that's what I meant is that they are really prevalent here. It's like literally, I first noticed that these kids were using Teslas as punch buggies. So instead of like seeing a VW Bug, they punched each other when they saw a Tesla. Um, and then you go to Santa Monica and you walk out bloodied. Uh, like that's how bad it is.
They're just beating the shit out of each other for no reason.
But I think you're
Yeah.
right. Their mass adoption has to be there, and I mean, for it to be viable. But the problem also is that you have the oil lobby that doesn't want that to happen at all.
right,
Absolutely. How do you can't fight ExxonMobil.
and to be very
You lose
very
every single time, dude. They leave you lying in the gutter. ExxonMobil, regardless of whether your argument is right or wrong or whatever the case is, ExxonMobil leaves you in the ditch, bloodied every single time,
I think I think
regardless of
what it
your argument.
in an environment macro impact that has taken place is with all these electric vehicles sitting on the road, now they're not getting their gas tax, right? So you see this high, like California and Washington probably have some of the highest gas taxes there are, and government wants to get paid. So there's a lot of tax implications. Like, yeah, you might get a green initiative credit for buying a electric vehicle, but there's taxes against that as well because they know that you're not going to stop at the pump and pay the dime. So it's like this fighting like tug of war. Like you got this short piece of rope and you're trying to tie it in a knot, but no matter which direction you pull it, you're not going to be able to make a knot out of it because it's the same piece of rope. So it's back and forth. Is my perception of it.
I don't want anyone to think that I don't like electric cars because I like them. I think that's cool. That's awesome. But the the means by which they are trying to implement um, electric cars, they're hindering themselves.
Exactly.
If you
I
want to
agree with you.
if you want to sell me a $75,000 electric car, you can't just tell me that I'm going to get $10,000 off my taxes. I hate taxes anyway, and anytime that you say anything about taxes, I hate you more. That is what it is. I mean, that's just the way that it is.
You should just
You're
not
like,
pay
oh,
them.
we're going to give you a tax rebate. I'm like, well, I mean, the $10,000 or $8,000 tax rebate that you give me on my electric car, that's not enough. That's not enough. It's not enough to make me um, trade in my 2003 Subaru that's paid off.
That you've been driving forever.
Yeah,
That
I
you
mean
can buy
it's
parts
ridiculous.
for a
Well,
reasonable
I mean,
price.
yeah, but at the other end of the day, Mark, when you're looking at what $2.50 gas gallons, I'm looking at five, and electric seeming like a better opportunity, right?
No,
As
absolutely,
well.
and you're right. But if I go to the gas, if I don't drive a whole bunch, and I fill up my Subaru for, let's say, it costs me $40 to fill it up or $45 to fill it up. I don't even drive the fucking thing. I had someone come to my house. They used to park their truck in my driveway, and then we drive the Subaru to the rest of the. I don't even have to drive it. I give that dude. I put $40 worth of gas in it every other week or whatever. There, you can't. You it's very difficult to argue with that. And we
I
don't have
think
like
I
fancy
I
cars at my house. I
I,
don't want people to think that
I think
Miggy's freaking out of touch with reality. We have like
region
we have a
impacts
Ford
this
Explorer at my house.
decision.
We have a Ford Edge, and we have a Subaru at my house. And then I have another car that I will not say anything about because it's just for looking at. It's not for driving. But those
The
cars,
Ferrari.
yeah, those cars are. It's an investment property.
A mortgage payment.
No, dude, it's way more than your mortgage payment. It's for rubbing with a diaper and looking at it.
When
Yep,
it when it
I
comes in on a
digress.
boat from Europe,
All right. Let's see. Another article we got coming in hot. We'll post this in the chat, in the bubble chat. Um, Evergrande kicks the can yesterday. Let's fucking go, Pele.
I love Evergrande. They're the kings. They're the kings of freaking robbing people. Dude, how ridiculous is that? That they have built thousands of half built buildings, right? And people purchase the apartments. I'm sorry for those people, but Like they have bankrupted all of their population on purpose almost. Why would you do that? Why would you not at least come through with some buildings and apartments and stuff for people to live in? But no, they didn't. They sold properties and then used the money from the initial sale not to build those properties, but three steps down the road they're using that money to build and sell other properties. If that is not the epitome of a scam, I don't know what is.
Seems a bit like Enron.
It, it's crazy talk.
Yeah.
And the
Seems
craziest
a
thing is
bit like Enron.
the craziest thing is they are still using that as collateral. They're using their investment in
Lever-
Evergrande as collateral.
leveraged assets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, your $1 investment in that is worth a penny.
It,
My
No,
my
you don't get to
was
tell me.
anybody surprised by how long it took to actually topple? Because it seemed like this
Well,
like
that stuff takes time. It takes time to build
it's just
properties and stuff.
slow knee, and then I mean I have a good buddy of mine, and we were talking about this years ago, and it's like, yeah, well, it's gonna happen. It's there. It's easy to
Well,
see.
here's the heads up, dude. And lots of people can make money and lose money and do all kinds of stuff and whatever. But here's the deal: China sucks. If you gave your money to China, not only did you shoot crabs, but you shot crabs on a rocking, sinking rowboat. Is what you did. So you didn't shoot craps at the casino. You shot craps at the boat out back of the casino that was pulling on water and rocking real bad while you shot craps. And lots of people don't like this, and that's fine. And call me racist, call me whatever. But no, dude, they guaranteed that we as Americans and investment people would get on board with that. And that's exactly what happened. They loved every fucking second of it. They didn't get the money from the Chinese people. Some of it they did, but most of it they got the money came from large hedge funds and investment bankers in the United States. And
bro,
I'm happy to say that I don't have any of that garbage, and I don't want as frivolous and as reckless as my life is. I did not invest in craps on a sinking rowboat. That's just me. It is what it is.
I just want to say that I feel that many of my investments are probably leveraged against Evergrande, so I'm happy as heck to to see it. I mean, I don't love to see buildings that people spent time on just collapsing because no one lives in them and there's nothing there. I hate to see that, but it's also the result of rapid development without any forethought of we will one day live here. Like if you're building something without utility, it's bound to happen. I mean,
Oh, the awesomeness of the awesomeness is all the stuff that I own. The person against me is hedging on that.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's the awesomeness of all the awesomenesses of all. You're like, what
Oh,
the fudge? That's what's so great about it. You're like, dude, that's what you're banking on. You're
dude,
hedging your bet on stuff that they're now blowing up.
and and the funny thing is that I mean, that's what brought us together because I was like, "Oh, what stocks are you into?" And I was like, "Oh, wait, I'm into that too." It was like almost like kids trading baseball cards. Like, do you have, the Mickey Mantle or I don't know what are some hipper baseball players? I don't do sports. Um,
Show Tommy.
Yeah, Show Tommy or Pippin or whatever, back in the day.
You know
Pippin
who
was
I
dope.
love when it comes to bait? I love that Vlad Gross kid.
Okay, besides the topic, and then we started
Yeah.
talking to MDS, and he was like, "You people are crazy." It's 100% what he said.
Well, we have to use MDS as the voice of reason on occasion, where I'm likely getting off the rails at like lunchtime on any given day, and MDS reels me back in off the gangplank. He's like, "Dude, hold on now, come on." I'm like, "Okay, MDS, all right."
You
You
know,
called.
speaking of
I'll
reeling
only
us
I'll
back
only
in,
go 50K into that instead of 140K.
but
Someone's gotta, someone's gotta be that guy.
But speaking of bringing us back in, under this is my favorite part of this article. Under the revised terms, the lawyer said Evergrande is offering shares to creditors at 17.8% of China's Evergrande Group, 21.6 of Evergrande's Property Service Group, and 28.5 of Evergrande's New Energy Vehicle Group. I mean, it's basically like Mullen trying to pay you in Mullen currently, and
Yeah,
that's
no,
not.
Mullen didn't even pay you in Mullen. What Mullen did was they paid you in like a shitty Mullen, right? Like a shitty Mullen share. They're like,
Was
no,
it
no,
was it
that's the comic
How
amount.
does it
You're
get
like, are you
was
worse?
it
freaking serious?
was it
Dude, I gave
Bollinger
you
China?
$1 million
Like a,
or something like that, right? And now
was
you
it
want to
Bull
give me 10,000
wa-
shitty $1 million, dude.
wasn't Bollinger like a China like company that they purchased?
Mullen or the Chinese people?
Mullen and Chinese people. Wasn't
No,
Bollinger a
and look,
Chinese
look,
company?
I don't want to shit on Mullen. I think,
No, we're not. We're not
yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
somebody has calls.
Well, Captain has calls. I don't play that
He's gonna
game.
do it. He's gonna
That's
do it.
I don't know. MDS, do I have calls on Mullen?
No, you do not.
All right,
no,
so good.
no.
Good luck for me. Otherwise, I have to pump those.
No, no, we're opposite the Kaplan on this one.
He might get lucky.
Evo,
Oh.
Evo, all hands, hoist the colors high.
Oh.
No, I love pirate
Oh
songs.
man.
I love pirate songs. My favorite. This is completely off of the topic, but like my favorite thing from the Navy is like this make believe certificate they give you when you cross the equator, and it's called a WOG Day, right? So if you're in the regular Navy and you cross the equator, that's a special thing. Now I've now crossed the equator like numerous times, probably 8 or whatever. I'm like, not there's when you cross the equator and you go through the ceremony, which is like a beat down for a whole day, which is another story altogether, and I'll tell it another day if someone wants to hear it. Uh, but you become a shellback, right? So when you become a shellback, you've now crossed the equator, and then new people come on the ship, and they haven't gone across the equator yet. So those people, whether it's the captain of the ship or the XO of the ship or something like that, they're freaking slimy fucking wogs for one day. For one day before they go to cross the equator, they're slimy wogs, and we freaking crushed numerous officers, and we were like enlisted people who are definitely below the officers, right? Um, in the grand scheme of the hierarchy, we crushed numerous officers, and then they come back the next day and they're like, "Yeah, I remember that dude." That's why I always was crushing them from the background. Yep, except for one particular officer, and if that guy's listening, uh, dude, you know you got crushed, and it was me, and I did it, and it was hot sauce in your ass crack, and it was freaking glorious, glorious. Yeah, no, but there like when you get a certificate that you've crossed the equator and now you're a shellback. And that is like mine and Ivy's. Both of us are shellbacks, and I'm a golden shellback because I've been across numerous times, and Ivy's just a regular shellback. But those certificates are on the wall in my basement. I look at those every single day.
And
That
he's got
is
to
one of.
mention, and he's got to
Go ahead.
mention the golden
Yes.
to Ivy every chance he gets. Like
No,
that's the rub.
there's no stipulation on the certificate that you're a golden shellback or you're a shellback. But as a sailor, a real sailor, they know, are you a shellback or are you a golden shellback? And when you're a golden shellback, oh, it's glorious, absolutely
Well,
awesome.
of course they don't print it because then they would rob you of the chance to be like, no, of course I'm a golden shellback. I mean, I
Yes,
have the
no,
certificate,
exactly.
but
And
I am a
I'm sure there's
golden.
some kind of sailors listening, and they or I don't know, and they think about it, but no, I'm a golden shellback like 6 times over, and it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome when someone says, "Oh, I haven't been across the equator." I'm like, dude, you fucking slimy wog. I don't care if you're a fucking captain. I actually went to so in the Navy, there's like a hierarchy of justice, right? And you can like go to let's say you cause trouble in the Navy and you fuck up or whatever, and they send you and you go see like the master chief of the ship with your division officer or whatever like that, and then they yell at you or whatever, and you're like, yeah, okay. If you're like me, you're like, yeah, whatever. I don't even care. Um, when I was in the Navy, I did not care what anyone else thought about me. I once had this guy, and he was an
He's
officer.
changed a lot since then, which is
Yeah,
really
yeah,
surprising.
I'm very reformed. No, and I love the Navy. Don't get me wrong, I do. I love the Navy. All kind. My daughter's in the Navy. I love it. My wife was in the Navy. I love the Navy. It was awesome. But the experiences that you get from this are very entertaining and life. They form your life. And never ever once. This one guy once told me. So I had gotten all these awesome evaluations, right? Which is like a 4.5 or a 5 evaluation or whatever. They give you these categories, whatever. So I got all fucked up and I got in a fight out in town, right? So my next evaluation came down, and they couldn't um, default any of my work that I was doing in the Navy. So there's this one category that's like military bearing, but within military bearing is like your professional knowledge of your job and stuff like that. And I said, and they gave me like a 1 out of possible 5, and I'm like, that's just nonsense, right? So my chief, who was an awesome guy at the time, I don't want to beat him up. Chief Yeager, he was great. He's like, Mark, there's only one way that they can um, express this on your evaluation, that you got all fucked up and you act a fool out in town. And I'm like, yeah, well, we all know that. This isn't front page news. Everyone who knows me knows the way that I am. So that's just the way that it is. And he's like, wait, well, the only way they know that. I'm like, well, so here you gave me a 1 in this category, right? So when it came time to do my eval, I said, fucking prove it. Prove that I deserve a 1 in professional development, because it's broken down into like 7 categories of professional development. I'm like, well, if you want to give me a 1, you have to show that I've had a decline, right? And I went all scientific on them, which is where I went astray because I use common sense. And they were like, uh, 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 I'm like, so I no longer know the stuff that I knew 6 months ago.
Yeah, see, Mark, I was having trouble following you for a while, but I
Yeah.
get it. I get it. You got a 1, and that's kind of like what Mullen got was a 1, and they're like, "What the hell?" Like, how are we a 1? and we're gonna go ahead and reverse split this shit because we need to get beat. We need to be better than a one, and
The funny thing,
that's
is,
how that tied in. I mean, it was
and
hard. It was a
no,
hard
it doesn't
follow.
tie in at all.
Oh,
These are just life stories. The funny thing is they stuck to their one, and I got busted down at Captain's Mast, and but I wasted 1 hour and 45 minutes of their time, and that's what they were most mad about.
you don't say.
Yes, that's what they were most mad about. And then I made E5 again the following week because it's a test and you take the test and people are like, "Fucking Mark made it again, that dude! What the fuck?" And my chief was the best chief of all time because I wasn't like an ordnance guy. I was a paperwork guy in the Navy, and my chief would laugh. It was almost like he enjoyed my rebellion of the system, right? And he'd be like, "No, we gave him the worst possible evaluation you could get, and then when it came time to take the test, he's like, that dude scored a perfect score. There's nobody. There was like one person in the Navy who scored the same score that I did, and that dude was somewhere else, and I was overseas, so I get extra points for being overseas. And they would like, oh my god, how did that fucking guy make it again? And they're like, yeah, that dude aced the test. And Chief Olson, to his defense, he'd be like, dude, I have to say, when I go to all the meetings and talk to everybody else, I have to say how I hate you. And then I come back to the shop and I see you there. And he's like, every day I love you. He's like, it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. He's like, there's not a day that goes by where I would not put you in charge of something else if I wasn't there. He said, you're absolutely awesome. And I love that they fucking hate your guts. Yep. It's funny because my wife was like, "Oh, Mark, you got busted down again." I'm like, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter." I said my pay is gonna go down like freaking $700 or whatever in a month. Whatever. I'll make that on loaning money to other people. The one time they kept me on the ship, they put me on restriction, and I was like, "Oh, can you get off in Thailand? Can you get off in Singapore, whatever?" I'm like, "No, I'm on restriction." She's like, "Oh, that sucks." I'm like, "Yeah, but I'll make $11,000 this week." She's like, "Okay, I love you." She's like, "I love that you're always in trouble." And it is what it is. It's funny at the same time. I mean, yeah. And then they call you when they need you. You know, they would call me when they needed me. I'd be down in the gun shop minding my own business or whatever, doing whatever, and stuff breaks out. And they're like, okay, well, we need this done, we need this done, we need this done, and they would say this at a meeting way up on the carrier, and then ultimately they would come down and they would have to beg me. They'd be like, "Oh, Mark, can we get this done?" I'm like, "I can get it done." Well, is there anyone else? No, it's just me. I could get it done. Is this something you really need, or is this just something you really want? Because I have other stuff that I could do or that I would do, but if you really need it, that's a different story. Or do you just want it? You know, and that's how that in a way that's how I've prefaced lots of things in my life. You know, it's crazy. It is. It was absolutely crazy the way that they would in the Navy, the way that they would kick you, and then they would come down 2 weeks later and think that you were still their friend. And I'm not your friend. I'm the Navy's friend. I don't care if you like me or not. I don't care that you dislike me. It is what it is. And all those people who fucked me over in the Navy, which was awesome, they always came back and begged for a favor another day. And that was the gloriousness of it, where I could sit there and be like, well, do you remember that one time when we were at Captain's Mast and you talked all that garbage on me? And you said I was the worst guy ever? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, you should go ask Chief Olson to come down here and ask me because I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. And then they were at wit's end. They're like, oh my God, what do I do? They have to go ask Chief. Chief would come down. He'd be like, Mark, you know what's awesome about today, Mark? Is today those guys who were all piling on you at Captain's Mast came in and asked me to ask you if you would be awesome. And I'm like, okay, I'll be awesome today. that was the gloriousness of it. And my wife would get so mad. She'd be like, no, you in the Navy, you do whatever they tell you to do. I'm like, yeah, I do. You're right. I'm like, the best part was is they had to ask me. They had to ask somebody else to come down and ask me to be awesome. I loved every minute of that. I did. It was a selfish thing, you know. Yeah, and I deserved every minute of it. I was go ahead.
Captain's done with it.
Captain's got a
So I
teeth.
We
no,
have the official Mark buzzer.
well, no, I have no. That's my official. We are changing this subject, not
Yeah,
not
change
to
it up. Change it
not
up.
to. But the reasoning is because Abe is in here. He
Oh.
did ask a question that both of you. I want both of you to answer, and I know it's getting. We're getting into that crazy hours. I don't want to talk about it because I don't want to get MDS to just jump off the call right away. But Kroger and Albertsons are merging, and he was wondering what kind of arbitrage there might be. We've got one of them trades at 40, and one of them trades at 20. And so that's what he's wondering. What are your guys' thoughts? Again, nothing is a financial advice. It's just all
Who's
of our
buying who?
crazy
Who's
thoughts.
buying who?
Kroger's
And
buying Albertsons, right?
there we go. See, I knew one of
And
us knew.
and it all depends on their term agreements, right? So they're writing all this stuff up. Was there a filing, Abe? Like you gotta, I don't know if he's gonna jump up, but uh, I, I've seen this a few times in other acquisitions and mergers, and there's usually uh some kind of statement or a footnote that indicates what share price is going to meet what. And usually the larger, in most cases, just wants to bring the value of those shares right to the same price, right? Because you're going to have it's the same company at that point, and you're
Hold on. Can I
absorbing.
can I break in here real quick with something completely off topic? Ivy had bowling league today, and she bowled a 157. Yeah.
completely goes. He
and,
completely goes off rails.
and she is super
Fucker.
happy about it. Everyone, Ivy bowled a 157. All right, we digress
Mark,
back to
Mark,
Kroger. Go ahead.
Mark, what you got to announce is I'd like to change the subject.
No, I didn't want to change the subject. I just wanted to divert slightly because
uh,
she came home and she was happy about it, and I thought that's freaking awesome, you know. And so in the back of my tongue, I wanted to say, yeah, my bowling average is like 210, but you're
well,
you're you're still awesome.
did Kroger 8K the event today? Can we find it? Can we find a filing?
I could not. I actually, well, first, of course, I went to the news because I like all the disinformation. So there is a story I found by Wyoming News, that isn't behind a paywall. It's an opinion piece, but I thought the guy had an interesting perspective, not necessarily one to totally, um,
Yeah,
jump all over. But
there's no official
but there's nothing.
Finally.
Yeah,
Yes.
I see nothing. And the last thing from Kroger is October, no, November 30th, and that's an earnings release.
Yeah.
So this is all like by the whisper.
Sweet. I've always liked Kroger. See you. Yeah, no. I that's one to follow for sure. 44 close, 44 open. Sorry, I'm just looking at.
Yeah, I was just trying to. I was just put up something in the post, but it's interesting that um, Safeway has bought out Albertsons. So, oh, where does this
Yeah.
put on this? Because there's Albertsons left, there's Safeways left, and there's Kroger's. And I understand Kroger was in a different region mostly, and Safeways and Albertsons were kind of
Have,
some were nationwide, some weren't.
have you guys watched Idiocracy, where Costco owns everything?
Yes.
Dave's gonna
Maybe.
speak here.
Oh, yeah, no, I did see that movie rather recently. It was for free on YouTube. It was phenomenal.
It, it's odd how it's almost played out as a documentary versus a nonfiction comedy, but
I mean, yeah, I mean, isn't there like their water Gatorade? Like it was something weird, right?
yeah, Brando. And then you had President Camacho, and then you got Welcome to Costco, I love you. Starbucks with gentleman lattes.
Oh no, yeah, that president's pretty badass. So I'd prefer him, to be honest. I'd vote for him. But I will say, yeah. So the Albertsons and the Kroger, yeah, they just. I saw it as a news article like this came up recently, like within like the last 2 days, and I thought I'd flag it down here for the folks here because it's a merger acquisition. So I'm not really sure how that really works when it comes to two stocks, especially when they have two different prices, right? But I see here from Supermarket News about 4 days ago, Kroger tells FTC that requirements for merger has been met. So, I mean, it's interesting that it seems like there's being progress made. It seems like the last time that the stock moved regarding this
So
news was in 2022.
the way that a merger and acquisition works is, let's say you own, like, Hawaiian Airlines just did this the other day with Alaskan Airlines, where Alaskan was buying Hawaiian. Hawaiian Airlines was at $4.90, and then Alaskan Airlines said we have agreed to buy um, Hawaiian Airlines at X price, and then they take X price and they divide that by the amount of shares that are issued, right? And what that the share price equaled out to was like $18 a share, and that's why you saw today Hawaiian Airlines jumped from $4.90 to like $14, because that was just shy of the purchase price, which was $18 a share, give or take. And it always boils down to, okay, so we're going to buy it for $1.8 million, and the big wigs, they know that price isn't going to go through. It's going to come through at about 1.65, 1.5, whatever the case may be, $1 billion. And they're like, well, okay, so we're safe at $14 a share, and that's why that price settled there today. It went from $4.90 to 14, and it's settled there, is because they know that the initial purchase price isn't going to fly, and that there will be a slight decline, but they'll still make money on their even if they pay $14 a share for the company. They know that they'll still make money, because when it's all said and done, the price will transfer out to like 15.50 or $16. And if you're in it at $14, right, you don't have any problem making 9% on your money when you know it's a guarantee. And that's what they're going to make, 9 or 10%, whatever. They're like, this is easy money. And they don't have any problem making that money. Whereas at $4.90, it was a risk with Hawaiian Airlines. But now that Alaskan Airlines is going to buy Hawaiian at $15 a share or $18.80 a share, whatever it's supposed to be, we'll buy it at 14, and then we'll see what happens. That's the beauty of mergers and acquisitions. And like I always act a fool, and I'm always talking nonsense and stuff. But like on a regular life decision, I'm very calculated with the stuff that I do, and everybody knows that. That's not a bad that's not a bad choice. But we're not in the inn. We don't know that this stuff's going to happen. So if we've already heard about Kroger and the other company that you were talking about, I can't remember what it was, but
Albertsons.
We're in too late now. Those guys bought their shares yesterday or the day before yesterday or on Friday evening, and they're like, dude, I'm going to crush this freaking Albertsons at $4, and I'm going to sell these dudes at $18 or whatever, or $7 or whatever the case may be, and it's going to be a friggin' windfall.
That's not always the case. Look at
No, not always. You're right.
No, because look at Beyond, right? Beyond switched markets, and they didn't have any upward price movement or they had a downward price movement initially, but then rocketed up.
So
that's an interesting.
My question is, was this like a PR event? Like, did you see the official PR go through Kroger, and they have to fiscally, they have to announce that. I believe it's a week prior or trading days week prior, and then they file the 8K event because there's no filing. So is there time?
Has the stock market adjusted that yet?
Yeah, has it reacted? Have they priced it in? Have we seen a price in yet? And that's the real question, right?
Yeah.
What's
if they have,
Albertsons
and
ticker?
BS, why aren't you buying this shit from me, dude? Because you're on the verge of getting fired.
Albertsons is Safeway, right?
Yeah, so Albertsons and Kroger. Yeah, so I mean, it is just news articles coming out, right? Nothing in particularly fancy, like a filing, for example, right? But I just figured, looking into the Albertsons stuff like that, I did see that it did have a significant pop in 2022, and I think that's when the merger announcement began, but nothing really came through since then. So it was just interesting to see news about it come up again. I don't know if it's like a sign or something, or maybe it's just news, just trying to be news.
It's a little bit odd, Abe, because they already did kind of announce it, but what this is kind of like an in limbo kind of news press release. It's not even a press release. It's just like an update, kind of more than anything, because nothing really matters until it's granted, and the FTC or whatever has to grant it, and then it's on. Then it's like official when you see the words granted.
So MBS, if you've messed this up for me, dude, I'm gonna be so mad at you tomorrow.
And Mark, we're not doing it. I told you before, behind the scenes, what the no.
Dude, you're supposed to be on this stuff for me. I get the bangers, you get the mergers.
I've been getting
the bangers. I've been getting the bangers. You're not getting the mergers.
We're full porting the Sea-Doo.
Worst case scenario is I will own all of that defunct company, and then we'll see what happens. And then we'll triple reverse merger that dude with Marco. It'll be freaking awesome.
The new COO CFO Mark of C, dude.
Oh, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord's with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women.
You're on Twitter?
Oh, Lord Jesus, help me.
Yeah. Couple Hail Marys there, huh?
No, none of my life is Hail Married, or is all of it Hail Married?
I don't know.
Yeah. You never know. That's the beauty of it. That's
We
the
don't
beauty
know.
of it. Yep. So I just have to say this.
He's raising the flag.
Hoist
keep
the
it,
colors high.
keep it going. Keep it going. For everybody that missed it earlier.
Oh, the beauty of this stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. But I'm not gonna.
So so
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
problem is right now. Okay, what's the official like free web source for looking at stocks? What would you guys say? Let's make that decree right now.
Hmm.
What do you mean? In what sense? News? Like
No,
analytics?
more
Filings.
like if I'm looking at the screen and I want to be like,
Here we go.
you know what I mean? Like I don't know
Well,
something.
when you go to StockTwits, you do whatever. Like, this is where I'm heavy on Cap Edge. Like, every
Oh, is
time.
that as this
Every time.
is wait is Cap Edge paid for though?
No, not they don't pay me. They should, but
Do you
It's a
pay
it's
them?
free.
it's
It's
free
free.
Do
out.
It's
you
100% free. You can look at filings. You can look at their offsets. You can look at
hold
short
on? How do you
short
say? How
interest.
do you spell this? CAPEDGE.
Yep, capedge.com.
All right.
It's awesome.
I think we should
And
all start using it, and maybe they'll
Ooh.
start, to talk about it.
While we think about that,
it's it's just one of those things.
there's a little interlude.
Are you gonna
Don't
play
worry.
the song? Crank it up.
Thieves and beggars, baby.
Keep it
Thieves and
rolling.
beggars.
Until you have realized that you're just a thief and a beggar in this market right now, then when you think you've gotten a hold of everything, you haven't gotten a hold of anything.
What am I looking for here? Oh, Albertsons.
Yeah, 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 yeah. We have to.
We gotta figure this out.
The nonsense of it all will play out in pre-market tomorrow, and we'll be able to watch it. And you can either get in and hope that you get in at a good price or not. I mean,
Anybody
the
know
beauty of
like
it.
Albertson's ticker? Is it what's Albertson's ticker?
Well, yes. If you go into either the bubble chat or
Captain
I
has it.
believe our
Captain's got to teach.
things, we've
ACI.
got we've got KR for Kroger or
Yep.
ACI for
ACI.
Albertsons.
Albertsons.
All right, let's go.
Look at that. I had that ready. See what an agenda does, everybody? We've had a productive conversation for the last hour and a half.
Well, barring the interludes. But
There's
That's what
departure
the
of
buzzer's
directors and
for.
certain
That's what the
officers,
buzzer's
quarterly
for.
report.
you can't go wrong with grocery stores at this point. They're jacking up the prices on everything, and yeah.
Well, then who
The
loses?
Go
Who
ahead.
loses? Who loses shares and who gain? Who? Which company are you buying? Because that would, to
You,
me,
you,
would dictate where you would
you,
see it.
I would buy the lesser and hope that it gets brought up. Kind of like the Tilray merger back in the past. I can't
Oh, he
remember
brought up
who they.
Tilray now.
Oh, we're
Oh
gonna
my
talk
God.
about
Oh
that.
wait, I like it. I like
He
it.
brought
No,
up
let's go
Tilray.
for it. What happened during the Tilray? Tell me
Captain
about
got a
this.
chubber.
The shares got brought up to value. At the
Yep.
time, I believe that it was trading for well around $20 a share, and then a liquidity event out of all the excitement pushed it up. Well, I can't remember. Top lick was like $66 a share back in what 2021. That's what happened to the share price. I don't remember what company they absorbed and merged with though.
So wait, the other company was at a cheaper price?
Yes,
Okay.
and
And so
so
they had
this
a
was
1-for-1 merging or somewhere.
Tilray was a weed company, and they bought uh, certain assets from
Embev.
InBev,
Yeah,
for the lack of a
yeah,
better word, is Budweiser. So then they purchased
that,
some
that's right.
stuff from InBev. Yeah, I know that I'm right. I don't need
Hey,
anyone to. I know all the stuff. I
you
always
remember?
watch. I
Man,
always
You
watch the
remember?
you're
stuff.
right about that, Mark. You're
Yes,
right.
I know. I know that I'm right. I profited on this stuff. Yeah,
Man,
no, I
you're
mean
so
it is
right.
what it is. That's why I laugh when someone's like, "Dude, you're some kind of freaking drunk jagwagon." Okay, that's true for 7 hours a day, but that's not true when I wake up in the morning and
7.
and I get the business mode.
And for
It
those 4 hours that he works out of the day,
yes,
he is
exactly.
the most productive.
just just sweating booze.
Yeah, but
Nothing
it's
I'm
wrong
not
with
trying.
that.
fair
I'm trying to
because
catch
then
up to
I
you
got to do
here.
all the work.
Right, like
MDS, my hangover time
Oh,
is
right.
way better than most other people's regular time. That's the
little knock
sad
on the
part about
door,
America.
Dude,
little knock,
safety shot, and boom, he's back at it.
Just one safety shot and boom, baby.
a little knock on the door from MDS, a phone call from W Tech, and just push you out of bed and you're ready to go.
No, Miss Ivy kicks me off the couch. She's like, "Get to work, dude." I'm like, "Oh, mother
got to
fracker."
got to drive her to the
Ah.
bank tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm like, "Oh, am I in the Navy?" She's like, "No, you're not in the Navy anymore. Get up and make some money." I'm like, "Oh my god." And then I get up, and then I'm like, "Okay, I got to do this stuff." And then I text Jocko Willink on Twitter, and he says, "Mark, you're awesome. Get up." And then I get to work. Yeah, it's at like 4 in the morning. It's crazy talk. And then my wife goes back to bed, and then I get up and I start working. Yeah, it's there's a it's laughable, but
All
that's when
right,
I do
go.
my. Go ahead, carry on, Cam. I'm sorry. I'm monopolizing the conversation again. That's not fair to MDS and you and Serfdom. You guys should all
Listen,
be able to
I don't need the
monopolize.
I don't need the full recognition. I just if I'm butting in, I'm just butting in. It's nothing against you, man. Um,
I do. That's MDS. Thank you.
MDS. um, so I wanted to propose though, like if there was a way to play the downside, right? Is it better than, because we all know the downside, right, is formidable. Is it better to play the downside of the higher price stock than playing the upside of
That's a
the
good
lower?
question.
Yeah, normally you play the lowest price stock because the highest price, the takeover company has to pay, right? So they're going to accrue a bunch of debt and stuff. So they probably would go up in the long run, but it's probably going to drop for a little bit. And then the other stock would come up to that price a little bit, and then you'd probably see an upswing because now they're going to have bigger numbers on the books.
Hold on, let me just say this.
Or you just go into Mark's freaking account and buy, and whatever one that is, it's gonna go.
Fucking Wheeler.
Dude, the beauty of that is I talked about it. I oh my god, that's. I wish we should talk about the stuff that actually makes us money.
See,
That
No,
would be
no.
beauteous.
Why would we do that?
Wait a minute, isn't that what we do?
Exactly. Why would we talk about this stuff?
Hold on, that's what we do, right? Was I not in on that joke?
We are the joke. It's
And
just fucking
yeah, right.
Mark.
It's just Mark's world. We're all living in it, and I'm embracing
Who?
that. That's the
Let
thing.
me relive this real quick, Captain. Who
You
was
got it,
who was
man.
who was talking about Wheeler like 2 weeks ago?
Not even. It was like last week.
No, before that, I talked to them about it in a DM on the private
You talked to Wheeler?
because
We are never gonna hear the end of this.
but no,
Play the music.
the problem is it's never ending at this point. Right? So like September or August or whatever it was, I was talking about TTOO, right? And we all if you had any sense, you bought some TTO and you got in and we all made money on that dude. And then I talked about other stuff. Now, Sea-Doo is a different story, right? We're sitting on that dude and everyone's making fun of me on that, and that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. But if you had split your money on Wheeler and Sea-Doo at the time, let's say you had $100,000 and you're like, well, I want to keep 50,000 to put it in my pocket so that I feel rich. And I'm going to take 25 and put it on TTO, and I'm going to take 25 and put it on Sea-Doo. If you put 25K on TTO and 25K on Sea-Doo back when I first started talking about this stuff, you would have
$6.
Sea-Doo that's worth $12,000, and you would have already bought and sold TTO like 7 times if you did what we all did and talked about it and played the play, and probably made $130,000 on that.
You're
Right?
welcome.
Yes.
I
Yes.
didn't play it. I watched it.
Well, you should get smarter, dude. That's all I
Well,
have to say.
I'm like trying to be like risk averse,
Eh,
but I just
in
buy
in
stuff that goes down.
yeah, in the days where we're in crazy town, and that's
Not
what we're in.
financial advice. Not
Yeah, no,
financial advice.
we're on the bus to crazy town, right? You
Hey,
either bought a
MBS.
ticket to Crazy Town or you're just like sitting there and watching Crazy Town. And you're like, what the frack is going on? Or you're on the bus.
Speaking of crazy town,
Yep, that's my
MDS.
hometown. Just so everyone
Did
knows.
you get? You live there. Reside. PO box. Did anybody look at what was it? AZ?
Cue the music.
Right.
Hold
So,
on, hold on.
did we do the DD? Did
I,
you
I
get in touch with the guy?
I did not. I lost interest in AZ for some reason. I don't know. It went by the wayside. I was too busy on Mark's account. It's tough. I have 2 roles here, and it gets a little bit overwhelming sometimes. So some of them just, yeah. I was gonna hit that heavy, but I went a different direction. There we I I had to get a couple bottles of rum, and then we
Maybe we'll
AZ
come
did
back
not
to it.
make the cut that day, so I didn't get the DD done. No,
Wheel. It's an interesting one. I've been kind of following it for I don't know about 2 months.
it's
Which
on
one,
No,
Wheeler?
it's on my watch.
WHLR?
AZ.
Oh, my fault, my fault. I like to buy stocks that make me money.
You. You.
Yeah. No,
Mark. Mark.
it's the only
Mark.
That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
the comical part about it
This
is
is this is
this
gonna
is
go
just
back to
dumb
Reddit
luck,
days.
dude.
Reddit days. Screenshot, post, position, or ban.
Oh,
No.
I missed what was going on. You're gonna ban me from Twitter?
I said
Yep, you're
back to Reddit days.
Oh, that's gonna be freaking
Screen
awesome.
you're off.
screenshot
You're off.
Please ban me from Discord because I don't even know how
No,
to
because
fucking use it.
what would happen is like you would be like, oh, this is this, and then someone would say screenshot or ban because you were like, I have whatever amount of shares of this, and then it'd be like screenshot or ban, and then you'd have to screenshot your thing or get banned
And
from
then
it.
everyone would throw up in their mouth and be
Mark,
like,
did
"Oh
you
my
go
god,
through?
this
Did you go through
fucking guy."
2021 without jumping on Reddit?
What's that?
Did you go through 2021 without jumping on Reddit?
I just joined Discord today.
No, Reddit.
Yeah,
Reddit.
You were
I
on
don't
Reddit.
even know. I don't even know how to do Reddit.
I think that's the answer.
No,
Yes,
the funny thing is, if you saw the stocks that were in his portfolio, you'd be dumbfounded that we are at this location where
yes.
he supposedly doesn't know what Reddit is. Um,
It's pretty memey.
Oh, it was ultra memey. It was awesome though. I mean, and I'm not saying this because lots of people lost lots of money or whatever, and that's but um the the crazy thing about it is it taught me tons and tons and tons of lessons about stuff and how to and I actually integrated math into the deal, and my wife was talking about microvision, right, which was mvis, and I bought this microvision stock, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be awesome. And I watched microvision. Maybe I bought it at like $5 or whatever the case may be, and it went all the way up to like 20 some dollars. And she's like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be great." And then I watched it come all the way back down to nothing, right? And I'm like, "Well, that fucking sucks."
I'd
You
like
know?
to say that was before I knew Mark.
Yeah, yeah. And then I thought to myself, I said, "There has to be a way that we can still make money when stuff goes up and goes down and does bad." And so I continued to buy microvision on the way down, and my wife didn't. She just held. She just held. She just held. And I continued to buy it on the way down. And I thought to myself, well, it's gonna pump again sooner or later. So my $20 investment, which was or I maybe 20,000 shares at like $5 a share, cost me about $100,000. And then as I averaged down, um, it was ridiculous to the point where I was buying it like $1 a share, and then it shot back up to like $7. And then all of a sudden, being $100,000 in the red turns into $210,000 in the green or something like that. I'm like, wow, I got to get out of this. I can't be heartbroken again. I'm not going to be that stricken lover again. It was and that happened with lots of stocks too. With like what used to be Prague and now it's Biowar, where I
Is
love the product that Biowar
is
has. And
is that what heartbreak feels like?
no, no, no.
Oh, That's
dude, I have a, I have
Man,
a,
that's what
don't
European
talk
sports
about
car
I,
heartbreak.
feels like.
Don't talk about heartbreak.
Yep.
If you talk about heartbreak, I'm just gonna go open my account, and I will really have a heartbreak, man.
Akum, you should just
well,
DM me. We would have squared that shit away a long time ago. Oh my
Man.
god. You
I
even
cannot.
asked me, Mark, how you pick this stuff, and I said, I don't know. I'm just
No, but
drunk
Mark,
when I wake up and I freaking throw a dart.
It
I'm so
fucking
well,
sounds terrible.
Yep.
So
Mark, I'm
bad.
so disgusted with my account that I don't even trade anymore. I don't want to even open the application, man. It's just too painful.
No, I get it. I get it. I feel that way about stuff too. And then and then TTOO happens.
No, but can you imagine you had enough to buy a house, not a small house, a really nice house, and now when you open your account, you have maybe enough to go for a nice fancy restaurant.
Yep. It's
Which
disappointing.
restaurant
I get it.
though?
I get
I mean that
Let's
matters.
let's let's not talk to Mark about this.
it. Yeah, you're
Cue the music.
I wanted to interject here. Just
Yeah.
that I did receive a screenshot. Supposedly the deal is going down for 34.10 cents a share. With an estimated 24.6 billion in acquisition, this is according to Symposium.com.
Which
Um,
stock is that?
this is
Albertsons.
Albertsons.
Yeah.
So if it's 34.10, I mean, we don't know what the distribution is on that, but they're saying that the stock price of Kroger might veer towards that 34.10.
So it sounds like I'm not listening, and I'm taking on, but I'm still listening, and that's a important point to take of all this stuff is like you can listen to lots and lots and lots of space calls, and I don't even know where I heard about some of this stuff that I made money on, and it doesn't matter where you heard it. What matters is you write it down on a little like sticky pad next to your chair wherever you sit and you listen to this stuff, and then the next day you get up and you think about it, you're like, I don't know, we'll see. And lots of times I'll, like I told Captain the other day, I'm like, he told me to buy or he didn't tell me to buy anything. He was talking about some other stuff, and I bought like a night scope. And what was the other one that you were talking about? I'll get it in a minute, hold on. uh
TLRY.
No, I've already bought that and sold it like 7 times. That's the cash cow that keeps giving. Um, what is it? The MCOM. The MCOM. I bought it on the reverse split, and now that one's garbage again because that company sucks. But uh,
Did you lose money?
yeah, no, I lost money.
Oh, great.
Yeah, but I'm
I'm,
not heartbroken over it
I'm
because
just messing with you.
no. Let's just say I didn't lose money. I lost value.
Yeah.
Right? So I'll put that in a shoe and I'll wait another day. Yeah, I think I had Tilray a long time ago at like 65 cents a share, and then it shot up to like $2 after they had that deal with InBev, right? And I dumped or sold a whole bunch, and now I'm left with a bunch of shares that are like a buck and a half a piece or whatever, and that doesn't bother me. You know, all my money, MDS has already spent it, but it is what it is.
It happens.
Yeah, yeah. People.
I'm gonna wait to the next beginning of January, and I'm gonna start
Oh,
trading again. That's what
you
I'm gonna
should
do.
you should have been with us this summer.
Oh no, but what I'm planning to do is that because I'm writing code actually, because there is something that I notice. There is a bunch of stock. You watch them go 10% up, 10% down, 10% up, 10% down, like COMS. I don't know how many times I saw this stock go up 10%, come down 10%, go up 10%. I don't, and there's a bunch of stock that I notice have the same behavior.
Well, you should be buying it when it goes down 10% and then
Yeah,
wait on the 10% pump.
yeah, but I want to write code that can analyze a bunch of stock and see the same pattern. And I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start trading on pattern.
No, Captain and I were just talking about this the other day with a stock that I was watching, AULT, and it doesn't have any kind of real drama to it or whatever like that. But if you buy it at like 8.5 cents a share, you can sell it at 10 cents a share after a while. It's just the way that this stock is working right now because they have lots of things and irons in the fire, and it's just the way that it is. So why would you not want 10 or 12.5%? And there's very
No,
little risk to it. I mean,
I want it, but it's just I need to find a way to trade because I don't have time anymore to stay all day in front of my computer.
yeah, you should just give your money to MDS like I do,
It's
and
MDS.
then boss him around.
it's easier that way. Yeah.
Yes.
It's the finder fee that'll kill you, though.
Oh boy. Sure.
And then there's my cut.
It's
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
it's brutal.
Okay.
It's
So
I get a coffee out of the deal, pretty much.
if it's less expensive than Ted Fan work,
It's a nice
I'm willing
coffee
to.
though.
It's a very nice coffee with whip. Sweet.
Oh boy. At least I got the coffee, so it's okay.
At least you got the coffee.
Oh man. No
But
trading.
I have the duffel bag, so it's okay for me.
Oh
But
boy.
I think Captain, you got to teach.
Captain's done with us.
That's the other. That's the other.
He's
Buzzer
like
thing.
that.
anymore.
He's like, dude, I can't even tolerate that fucking dude anymore. I don't even know why I'm friends with that guy. God Almighty!
That is not what I'm saying at all.
And then he said, "All right,
Not at all.
hero."
Oh. All right.
You know,
MDS.
all
Hold on. This is a good segue, but also an attachment to what we were talking about. Look at the chart on Kroger. I would not say that it's been priced in yet. If you're looking at that like chart, either the week or the month.
Well, Kroger would go down.
I know.
Yeah, Kroger would go down. So,
And that's
and
what I'm saying is this
Albertsons
is
would
not
go up. If what we're talking about is actually true. So when one company buys another company and they merge it in, they try to smash the prices into the median between the two.
100%, just like
Yeah,
AMC and Ape. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is if you look at the price, I mean we're at 44.51 and currently at the peak of an uptrend. So that's an interesting, and they say the beginning of the year. So even if you went like first of the year, fifth of the year,
You're talking puts, right?
Yep.
yeah, you're not
But
looking at
when
premium
would
that's too wacky right now.
yeah,
Especially if you can go pretty close to the money, and your open interest is not great though. I will say that.
or calls on Albertson,
Yeah.
right?
That's
So
true.
one or
Check
the
out the
other.
IV between them.
Yep. See what the deal is. And I have don't do that stuff myself. I have other people that I would talk to about that, but
I think Albertsons would be the better, in my opinion, would be the better.
yep. The calls on Albertson would be better than the puts on Kroger.
That's how I
how
would do it. But uh,
how
stranger
far out
things have
are
happened.
you
So.
looking out? Like how far are you looking out? Let's say it takes 3 months running into the year, February merger acquisitions done. Typically, if I was a business owner, I'd like to wait and clear the slate, come in fresh in the year, put it on first quarter, right in the middle of it.
Well, you pretty much know you're not going to do it between now and the end of the year because you got all the tax harvest and crap, and I don't think
Right. So
want to do anything.
I hate taxes. I hate
let's
them.
go.
I hate taxes.
Let's go to February 16th. Kroger puts. Let's say it comes down 10%. That put you at $40 put. That's 30 spot fee on the entry. Gamma's all right. Theta's all right. IV is at 23%. That's nuts.
Yeah, that's a really low IV.
So why would that be if they're being planned on bought out?
Because it hasn't been priced in yet.
Yep.
And there's no volatility. Now,
But it's also not official either, right? So I mean, it's all speculation at this
right,
point.
and that
Yeah.
those are lottos pulling down 10% to $40 put. Like that's way out of current share price.
Yeah, you have
But
to
they're
see the
cheap.
FTC has to grant it, so it's in process basically.
Mhm.
So you're gonna have those coming out too. I mean, that's what most guys are gonna be looking at is trying to time some news events. Would be my guess.
How about this? I'll buy one tomorrow at market open, and we'll write it. We'll see what happens.
We'll see. I'll fund that. You just let me know.
February.
Yep. By
February 16th, put at $40 strike.
Yep. We'll see what happens.
I'm gonna do it.
Yep. What do I? $11.
$30.
Call MDS. He'll send you the money.
Or like, or, or like 6 beers, and I'll come mow your lawn.
That's a caramel latte.
No, get it, and we'll see what happens, and then we'll split it. We'll split it. We'll see what happens.
Wait a minute,
We're gonna
we're not even talking about
No, it's
the
happening.
bet. Hold on. Oh no, 100%. And you can wear whatever you want to wear. I believe it's a Cabana Boy outfit. I'm not 100%.
Speedo.
No, he
Speedo.
wants the
I blocked that
Speedo with
out.
his nuts hanging out the bottom,
That's right.
so that
Those
it's
are
going to be
called
awesome
tonsils.
on Mark Island. It's going to be great.
Tonsils.
And so we haven't even talked about the greatest event that's happening tomorrow. And of course, I'm talking about GME earnings. We have Chad Mojo. He's going to have an earnings space tomorrow. That should be pretty interesting. Everyone should.
Tomorrow's going to be glorious all around.
Dude, there was an awesome guy on the internet who made a hype video for his space call. It's pretty funny. You should check it out. I'll try to find it right now.
This is the perfect segue into some golf talk.
While we're waiting for Captain to look that up.
You're a GME holder. What's up?
No, I know, dude. I don't even sweat that stuff. Oh, my wife's so mad at me right now.
Hang on, let me look up how many shares he's got. Hang on.
Here.
If Ivy's listening, I would like to say I do not endorse this party. He can be at a relatively safe level.
That's got to be the most glorious song of all time. I can't even imagine why someone would. I could listen to that all day long, every day. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Hee ho. All hands.
We just gotta get Captain to impose a pirate flag across the screen.
Oh, dude, have you seen the banner on our stream that no one's watching? It's pretty dope. I thought it came out all right. MDS has like a white. MDS is the top one. I've got like this whole white face on it. It's weird.
Oh man.
MDS, I sent your coin out today.
Are they going to beat earnings? Is this the deal? They're going to beat earnings. It's going to fly to the moon.
I prefer non-moonish stuff where we talk about 30, 40, 50, 60, 80%. I prefer that because the to the moon is like glory stuff, and it's on whims and prayers and things, and that's not ideally that's not how you want to make your money, for lack of I have to be the voice of reason here a bit.
Respectfully, Mark, we're talking about GME. We're not talking about any other talk.
And
we're
I
talking
love
about a company that has
wrong.
$1.3 billion in the bank, a company that has Ryan Cohen on the board, who has proven his devotion to putting, or on the board and in the CEO spot, has proven his devotion to building a great company. I mean, he's someone who I think has proven himself through Chewy, through his monster gains last year on Bed Bath and Beyond, and potentially we might see the whole financial world explode tomorrow.
So
And
when
MDS is moving out to Malibu, and I'm living on his couch.
when GME goes up $1, I go to a different tax bracket. Literally, that's how much GME I have, and I sit on that, dude, and I like it. When it goes down $1, I go to a different tax bracket. It's awesome, and I love it. I love the whole GameStop thing. I go to GameStop all the time. I love GameStop, but I don't want what I would rather see 20% gains and 30% gains, and us creep our way to say $40 a share or whatever. Um, than for it to go to $40 overnight and it be like a fling. I would rather us. Um,
He just doesn't want to pay the taxes.
that true too. I hate fucking taxes.
And he's like, wait, can't you wait like 30 days, GME? Come on.
I don't want to give away 20% of my stuff. Fucking Bidenomics, the whole deal. God, no.
You guys,
No, literally, I'm not lying here when I say that my wife said, and she's an accountant. She said to me the other day, she's like, Mark, oh, we got to do this tax stuff. Tax time's coming up. She hates taxes too because she used to do them. Right. So now I have like this home business, and like my brother-in-law, he pays me. He just gives me the money, and then I have to do my own taxes. But it's like a 1099 employee, so I'm like a subcontractor. So I save all these receipts all the time, so that my life is at a negative all the time. And now there's no possible way that my life can be at a negative after this past summer.
He has met the rub.
There's no way. There's no way. And she's like, Mark, I need the money because we're gonna have to pay the taxes. I'm like, well, all right, but I fucking hate taxes. I would rather give the money away. I really would. I would rather give it to somebody else than give
that's
it
what
to the
you're doing.
government. How sad
That's
is that?
that's what you're doing. Giving it away.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You guys, you want to beat my bags? I got a filing I need to look at, and I want to see what you guys think about it.
Let her rip.
All right, it's gonna be in the comments because I haven't made a post.
Okay, for the YouTubers, we'll go ahead and just lay it right out here.
All right.
While we're
Here
waiting on
we go.
all that stuff, maybe we should get some songs.
Hold on. All of the people. Oh, maybe we should get some songs going.
And that's our lives. That's our lives. Now, while we're, I'll tell you, life on a pirate ship ain't easy, man. I'm telling you, it's tough. You're gonna have to be abused. You're gonna be abused. Life on a pirate ship ain't easy. But
All right. So it's
oh,
up in the comments. Ticker is ALPP. This is my marriage investment. Been in it 3 years. I cannot make sense of this freaking filing.
what's the float? What's the float on it?
It's a low floater currently after the RS. Let me bring it up.
20 million, 10 million.
Free float is 23 million. Our free float market cap is 23 million. Free float is 26 million.
MDS, go ahead and take a portion of my proceeds, and then just go ahead and run that dude up tomorrow, so we can all make money and we don't have to hear about ALPP anymore.
Rock that.
Take my Wheeler money, dude. God. No,
Oh
no,
my goodness.
we know the ALPP. Yeah, we're on it.
Yeah, no, the 5 year chart is kind of turning around. So
Yeah, it's a bit atrocious right now, but yeah, man, like,
You know what was funny was you told me about that new egg last week, right?
yeah,
And I bought some new egg that following morning, right? And I'm like, oh my god, this thing freaking ran up. And then you DM me about it. I'm like, oh god. But I as an experiment,
it
I
is.
don't just buy and sell it. And then
No.
my $1 and I think it was $1.44 I got them at.
Hmm.
I think I sold it 208,
Yeah, that's a good
but
runner.
it crashed the
Oh yeah,
next
dude.
day, and I was like, that motherfucker.
that's the that's the shaved nut and the unshaved nut.
Yeah, for
We
like a
could have get
day, and
we
then the
could have
next
given
day. That's how the people have to think about this stuff sometimes. I was like,
right.
that motherfucker serves him. I'm gonna punch that dude in the face if I see him. And
Let's
then there was
go.
no punching you in the face the following day. I was ready to give you a kiss.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
crazy,
you're
and I
welcome.
don't even like kissing boys. I mean, but
Well,
you have to
that's
do what
all
you have
right.
to do. It was
Yeah,
crazy
like
town.
pizza's pizza, dude.
Yeah,
You
no,
you get it.
I buy stuff all the time to watch it and to see
Well,
what happens.
well, here's your opportunity to rag on me, look at this filing, and make it make sense.
Which one is it?
ALPP's filing.
No,
It's
I'm
sitting
game
in
with
the
that one. I
comments.
like it. It's okay. Yeah, I'm
It's
not real
gonna get
big on
there.
it. I'm not down on it. I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, and I've watched it go up to like $1.10, and I watched it come down to like 89 cents.
Yeah, it's
You don't think I'm paying attention because I'm just that dude, but no, dude,
no,
I'm always watching. And after we talked about it, I watched it go up to like $1.05, and I watched it come back down to 89 cents.
yeah.
Now
So
that's not the issue. The issue is I need to buy it at 89 cents, and I need to sell it at $1.03,
yeah. Well,
right?
there's
Because if you
definitely
do
some more
that,
downside here. So I'm not saying buy here. Where I mean, it just never stops with this fucking thing. But anyways, we're running into an 8K material event, and what I
where did
don't
you
really
where did you
what it,
post this thing?
it's in the comments.
no,
Oh,
I need it.
last week he was talking about it when he was talking about Newegg and some other stuff, and he talked about ALPP. That, like I said, I may seem like a freaking complete monkey, but I'm not. I write stuff down and I look at it the next
Here
day
we go.
because I know that sometimes Captain Morgan's rum is not the best choice.
I think it's up in
For
the
life
nest now.
decisions.
It's up in the nest.
Yep.
So
And then I look at
check
it the
out the
next day and I'm like, what the heck's going on with it? Oh, okay, yeah, let me see, let me see. And that's when I bought the new egg. And dude, I'm not gonna lie, dude, for like 35 minutes, and it wasn't the loss, or it was the loss. It wasn't the money that made me mad. It was I'm losing. I hate losing. I hate it.
well, for somebody that just takes random advice from people on Twitter,
And I do, yes. I do,
that
yeah.
that one's got a little cook behind it, and it's meme rallied before in the past. I'm starting to see a little
Well,
chatter on
MBS
Reddit.
got me out of that one already, so it's okay.
I know you don't use Reddit, but it's starting to chatter up a little bit.
Dude, I got some magazines and I read them.
So
I use
let's
Reddit all the
see.
time.
So they on November 17, 2023, Alpine 4 Holdings, a Delaware corporation, entered into a purchase agreement with Iconic Ventures LLC, or just Iconic Ventures for the rest of the document, which provides that upon the terms and subject to the conditions and limitations set forth therein, we have the right to direct Iconic Ventures to purchase up to an aggregate of $32 million worth of our shares of Class A common stock over the 6-month term for the purchase agreement. 36-month term.
Yeah, and this is where this gets kind of interesting. So kind of skip a paragraph, jump down. After the satisfaction of commencement of conditions, we'll have the right to present iconic ventures with the regular purchase notice of directing iconic ventures to purchase an amount up to $2 million class share of common stock per trading day at the lowest weighted VWAP prices over specified measurement period. So this is slightly dilutive, but it seems almost like a supporting measure.
This is all bad news.
No, I'm not
I
taking it
love
as
it.
Wait a
I
bad.
minute.
love it.
Wait a minute. How is it bad news?
MDS, get me in.
Yeah, yeah.
How? Wait.
I'm not taking it as bad, but I don't know how to translate that. Like
Okay,
this
hold
thing's
on.
trading 130 some shares a day, and then you cash inject liquidity of 2 million shares per day. What is that going to look like? That's kind of my I like because that's going to be volume in and out, right? They have to push it in, push it out.
Or do they just buy from somebody who they know is already a large investor?
Well, they can take some of my shares. I'll say
Well, what
that.
I'm saying though is, like, let's say that you pump out some kind of press release, right? And you're the CEO, and you
Right.
say, "Hey, we're going to buy back 5 million shares,"
Mm-hmm.
but you know your buddy has 5 million shares.
So you're talking potential rat hole scenario.
Yeah,
All right.
but
Now,
I'm not putting it down. I'm not saying that's what
no,
happens.
no.
But what I'm
And
saying
I'm
is,
fine.
this is real life, man. This isn't.
Yeah, no.
These are freaking shady people. Sometimes this is
They
real
and
life, and
this
I
is my
deal in real life.
speculation is that they've used AGP for funding and they're a known toxic lender on the market. So hence our conversation yesterday where I'm trying to learn and understand this stuff, which you lay down a perfect example of how that plays out.
Like I always do, because the
Not to
cat's
pump
got a
your
tooth.
head, but you got some smoke behind the mirror.
Yep.
And uh, I'm trying to understand where a company would try to stay non-dilutive. Mind you, I know the background of some of what's going on. They're running personal share loans through the insiders at 30% interest. They took like a bad payday loan with like almost a Walmart approach, like we need a lender, we need cash now for 1.5 million, which is paid out monthly at 52 or 56,000 a month on the interest rates. Now, my speculation, not financial advice, is that they have news in the pipeline and they're trying to go non-dilutive until OEMs and deals kind of work out. Now, that's a hope, kind of a hopes and dream, scenario, or they're completely fucked. And I typically haven't seen this type of funding with a ticker where it seems that it's weighted on VWAP and it comes in almost like a support measure. And I think what I'm trying to wrap my head around it is like, is this good or is this bad? Because I don't really know how to interpret that as that this company has the opportunity to buy this amount of shares over a 36-month criteria at whenever the company signals the sell event.
We're still talking about ALPP.
Yep.
Yep.
Mark
Honestly,
just
dude,
wanted to know if he could be checked out for this. But Mark,
no,
the more. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. My buy on that is like 75 cents. I looked
But
I looked at it and I thought about it, and you talked about it, and I don't have any issues with the way things work. But
I'll tell you, if you're gonna buy it 65 cents. Because they'll
65. Okay, I mean, you
yeah
just lowered
they'll
my buy order.
they'll
That's fine. But
they'll drag it down. I've been on it for 3 years, so they're gonna drag it. They're gonna drag it to
and
the
I don't want
freaking
people to
coals,
think
man.
that I want stuff to go bad and people are mad. But I mean, this is the whole premise of this um, group that we're in. Is, dude, I'm a fucking pirate. As soon as I embraced the pirate mentality when it comes to the stock market, I did so much better. As soon as I embraced that, and I was trying to be like a do-gooder and think, "Oh, this one's gonna be awesome." This one, all of my BBIG money was gone, and I talked and talked and talked to people about stuff, and I mean, it was very hurtful. I mean, it hurt me. It hurt me. I thought we had something good, and then I realized um, that pirates took my fucking money, and in order for me to get my money back, I have to be a fucking pirate. And
You gotta
nobody,
get
nobody is no,
you gotta be better in your trade.
nobody is
You
better
gotta
at being a
know and
fucking
understand.
pirate than I am. Because I'm the most gluttonous, freaking crazy psycho at 4 a.m. in the morning than anybody else. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I say that with pride.
I think my tenacity with this is I find good trades, they pay me out, and this company, when they hit that window of just heavy shorting, heavy algo trading, heavy manipulation, it was uncontrolled. It didn't matter
Well,
how much you
as
bought.
soon as you
It didn't.
realize that you're not like in a real business,
All right.
and what you're dealing with is a shady casino, the sooner you can shift your mindset. And we may have to shift our mindset back another day where, you know, everything's on the up and up, and that's fine.
Oh,
But
and to be
you can never you can never go wrong
full discretion,
being a
I'm
pirate.
totally pissed off at him right now. At a prime opportunity to get everything out. They had a late filing as well on their quarterly. And I'm just so pissed. Like, get your shit together.
So I I posted something. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but this is under your ALPP, and it's Ionic.
Hold on. MDS got to teach. Go ahead.
It's not Iconic. It's Ionic Holdings, which is a
Ionic.
hedge fund or whatever, a holding company. So, um, yeah, I kind of circled one of Mark's favorite stocks that he holds in that. They only hold 16, and guess what? A little Sea-Doo action in there.
Yeah,
So
all
I
right.
had to
They
circle
own
that.
all my stuff. So
So
now what I have to
You're
do is I have to crush those people, which will be
Well,
my job starting
wait a
tomorrow.
minute. Wait a
I
minute.
guess
So that's interesting.
Yeah.
So this this firm or iconic, right? That's what you were saying, MDS.
Ionic. There's no C.
Ionic.
Ionic.
Yeah.
Ionic.
Oh,
Well, and
ionic. Sorry.
AGP
You're like,
runs
there's no C,
AGP
idiot. That's hilarious.
AGP
So hold
as
on, I
a
digress.
lender.
I won't crush them, but I will send other people to crush them.
Wow, no one will be crushing anyone. he is a joker and a
Yes, I
joker.
absolutely. None of this stuff is financial
So
advice.
no, no, no,
Crazy
no.
Mark
That's
is
not what I'm
crazy
trying to
Mark, and
say.
that's what
I
it
just
is.
yeah. Um. So
Stick to the
MDS, back to
cookies.
your point.
Stick to the
Back
cookies.
But they will
cookies.
be
Back.
crushed.
Oh, um. Back to your point. You're saying that this company that they're forcing to buy their shares also owns shares in Sea.
Yes, they are holding shares.
Mark, is this your company?
Yes. He owns it, dude. He's a COO, CFO. Did you hear it earlier?
he, he's throwing us off, man. He's a chemist. Of course he'd name it Ionic.
The ironic part of this is toxic lending and how the fingers of these companies reach out to everything. And I've been kind of
Yeah, I think that's why
tracking.
we all say run.
Run, fuck it.
Cue the music.
When other
No,
people
I'm
run
gonna say
away,
run,
I
but that's
run
why
to
we've
it.
been. Oh yeah, but that's what. Well,
And then they
he's a
call me. They're like,
fireman of
"Dude, what are you
the
doing,
investing.
man?" And I'm like, "Well, so I'm kind of volatile, and you guys owe me money." And they're like, "Okay, now let's talk about this." No,
what what
it's gonna be
what I
awesome.
did is
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I get
You just
I
keep
gave
pumping
these
your
guys
money into
like
that dude, and I'll keep funneling it out the back door.
I gave these guys like a substantial loan, and I'm just waiting, And Mark, someday I
Yes, sir.
get to give you a substantial loan, but I'll also get to mow your lawn in my speedo.
Yeah, that will be awesome. Maybe.
In my break
I
time,
don't know
can
what
I?
you look like, so
Well, good
maybe
enough.
Ivy will like it.
Good
That's
enough.
not really my bag.
Well, geez. But anyways, I'm hoping on my break time that I can go ride a ski-doo out of your beachfront property.
Dude, I have sailboats. You can do whatever you want.
I don't want to sail. I want a
I
ski-doo.
love how you go all serious when he says something ridiculous like that. Yes, okay, but
No, I
back to
have
the point
sailboats.
at
I
hand.
do. I do.
Back to the point at hand, right? We're talking about a
Hoist the
merger.
Jesus.
sail.
We're talking
Jesus.
about.
Hold
We're
on,
talking.
everyone take a break.
No,
Everyone
I
take
want
a
to know.
breath.
I
I
We're
want
can't
to know.
breathe.
I want to know what all of you think of.
Oh.
Everyone take a breath.
All right, but what I wanted to know.
Heave
Oh,
ho. All right, did everyone get their breath in?
yes.
All right, good, good. I love pirate music. I do. This is
Oh,
like the most. This is the best day.
we've definitely learned that.
In the
100%.
this is my best day in the last 35 days at least. At least. Other than that one day when MDS had to cut me that check, but it was awesome, awesome. Equivalent to that day. You took your cut, right, MDS? I'm just kidding. MDS doesn't make my trades. These are all just jokes. And everyone should know that we're just messing around and having fun. I make my own trades. MDS makes his own trades. And I call out the winners and everyone else reaps the benefit. And that's awesome
That's
for everybody. It's great. It's
A
great.
100% not true. He's a lunatic. He doesn't know
he's
what he's
yeah, right.
doing.
Don't listen
He
to him,
has no clue
Never
on
listen to
TV.
that
I,
dude.
guys. All right, let's. But here after our break, it is an interesting question. So what's going on here? Ionic. Why why would Ionic want to be forced to buy these shares? Right. What's the incentive there?
That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Like the benefit is the scalping swing trades that they could take, right? That's how they make their money. But like, that's a lot of fucking money. That's you're talking 30 some million over the course of 3 years. Now, what is going to prompt a lender to step on that leg is kind of my question. Did they expect better sales, better profitability,
So
increased
let's premise this
GPS?
with, hold on. Let's premise this with, that's a lot of money to you,
Well, yeah,
right?
100%.
That may be less substantial to me, even less
Well,
substantial to Captain or
well,
MBS or whatever.
what's the market cap?
Yeah,
Surfed and
yeah.
surfed him on this.
Oh, it's rough right now. Market cap's like 20. I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Probably 20 million.
Okay, so that's significant then, because you're talking about 110 increase of them buying back.
This is the odds thing. This company runs 104 million a year on the market. They haven't broke profit in a long time. They're riding the fine line of kind of getting over the hump. Market cap is 24 million currently.
We're still talking about ALPP.
Yep, and then
Okay.
just in assets alone, they have over that. And one of the larger purchases that they acquired in their subsidiaries was RCA Commercial, and one of the bigger things that they're trying to do is revamp their American markets and provide tech here. Now they have 14 subsidiaries. It's an umbrella corporation, but they have a tech plant uh, in California, and they produce uh, Ford and electronic uh, components for like Apple, Rivian, um, a few other, like NASA. They've got quite a few larger entities that they manufacture for, and I think they're in the right wheelhouse. They just haven't hit anything on point yet. And then for a company to come in and, to Captain's point, what is their advantage in providing this funding? And I just like, honestly, this company has been quiet for a very long time. I know they're wrapped up in NDAs. They've got OEM uh, manufacturers and testers in California for their solid state battery uh, technology. I just I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around, like, is there a deal on the table, or is this, fluff PR and it's just kind of
Now,
kicking the can down the road?
are they buying these shares from them or from
I think it's
the
market.
market?
I think it's market share.
Right.
I don't think it's a buy. It's not a buyback.
But that's weird, isn't it? Though a purchase agreement. So I don't know.
Yeah, I
MBS
don't
or
know.
Mark,
That
how does that work?
Yes, this is a total purchase agreement. So this is yeah, this is a wild one. That's a lot of money, really, for this type of deal. I mean, for this kind of thing. So I mean, what do they got? They got batteries. They got I don't know. I'm just looking real quick. I'm trying to do some fast DD here, but
Yeah, so I can fill you in. So major catalyst currently with this company, they are drone piloting in Dubai.
The problem
They
is we can't do trust me, bro.
Well,
You know,
it's not it. This is
no,
factual stuff
you're going
that
to
they're
tell us
doing.
what they're doing, and maybe that's right. Maybe you could be a complete moron and we don't know.
I could be,
Yeah, yeah.
but
So let's hold on.
I
Everyone take
am
a
a
breath.
complete
Everyone
moron.
take a breath and think about um, why the company's getting beat down. It doesn't
my
matter. You can have the awesomest
no
stuff for
no no
sale,
no
and you can
you're
be
right,
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah, yeah.
my
And this
speculation
isn't
is
me. This is hold on. This isn't me bashing you and
no
trying
no
to beat you
it's
up and
fine.
stuff like that. But
This is why
but
I gave you the punching bag, Mark.
no, and I so for lack of reasonableness, as crazy as I am all the time, um, like lots of times I'm the voice of reason on nonsense because I
And
know what nonsense is. I love nonsense, and I can
my
spot
nonsense
nonsense a mile away, and it doesn't make any difference to me.
my nonsense with this is a lot of things don't make sense.
Well, it's not your nonsense, dude. It's it's just nonsense. No one owns the nonsense. It's not yours. It's not
Oh
mine.
yeah,
I can
no,
spot it, and I'm like, dude, this is like freaking craziness.
yeah,
The same people that are beating your stock down at ALPP are the same people that are beating down CDU. And
right.
I don't have any issue with that. That's what they have to do whatever. I have a personal thing with CDU, and I don't have any issue with that because I believe that those
That it's a
same
better.
people are greedy as fuck.
Yeah,
It's
okay, but
yeah.
a pertinent question is: has CDU before their current price, have they had a purchase agreement with them? Is that why they carry shares, or
That would be an MDS question. I'm not sure what's going on with that.
no? I'm talking about CDU.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was the one that brought up the purchase agreements with that iconic or whatever it was.
Yeah, these are Class A common shares they can purchase.
Yeah.
And they purchased
Ironic.
them from the
So
market, right?
what they're doing is in essence
Correct.
is they're purchasing these shares through warrants probably, and then they loan them out,
For
and then
sure.
those same people are if they literally legitimately borrowed them are shorting the stock down because they know that it's at a nickel a share and there's no possible way
And
by March, by the springtime, that they're going to be able to get it above $1 and that they can reverse
that
split it.
right. And this is my speculation into AGP lending, toxic lenders, their cronies that they run with. And, they're known to run with Arm Assist and a few other hedge fund types. And they come in with these companies. They provide them lending, which is great. Like the company thinks that's awesome. They're getting the money that they want to do the things that they're doing. I think the company's uh, nearsighted blind to what's actually happening to the stock price and their lending that they're taking. And it maybe further proves the point that MDS looked at this ironic company and they're hammering one of your stocks as well.
Well, the play that I am in now is it doesn't have anything to do with the stock market. What it has to do is those people will now have to call me, and that's the day that I want.
I'm at a bit of that as well.
With the day that I want is the day that where they have to call me and they're like, so Mr. Mark, we need your shares to short, and I'll be like, okay, well, what do you got?
Have you leveraged your shares yet
No,
on the
no,
market?
no, no, not at all. You guys are the only ones that I even know that I own it. You guys and TD Ameritrade or Fidelity, would depends on which one. I don't know which one I have it in, but private Fidelity. Yeah, and there'll be a day where they come through and they'll be like, so what do you want? And I'm like, so I need way more than what you guys are allegedly paying to borrow. And they were like, that's just freaking ridiculous. And I'm like, I'm the king of ridiculousness. I'm a fucking pirate.
Cue
Yeah.
music.
So
I
it
don't
is.
know.
It'll be a good day. It'll be a good day when someone has to call me about that on CD.
So Mark, overall sentiment with that 8K material event, it's probably bad.
For ALPP.
Right.
Yep, it's a hard situation. We'll see.
Well, we'll see.
I might run some through. I might not.
Now,
We'll see if MDS has the money in the morning. If he doesn't, then he won't buy it for me.
let's go back to the things that they're doing, and we can call it speculative, but they have been in limbo with potential contracts.
What I
And
don't want to do is I don't want to talk about stuff so much that it appears like we're trying to sell it to people.
no,
Right.
exactly.
So
So
now our
and this is where I'm trying to get your take on things, because
yeah.
I'm gonna lay what I have on the table. It's not much, and then get your perspective.
So
So
I don't want to buy. I don't want to sell stuff to people here on Twitter. I don't think
no,
that's fair, and I think that's an issue that's been going on for a long time where people pump stuff. I would rather talk about things and then make jokes about it, and then everyone's happy. And if you prefer, if you want to buy that, that's your business. If you don't want to buy it and you want to make fun of us, that's cool. You know, the if we're talking about due diligence and stuff like that, that's one thing. But at this point, it's speculative on these things,
right.
right? So typically, I just pump stuff out there. I don't even pump it. I mean, I just say stuff, and lately we've been lucky.
Well, we'll come back. I'll give you the half shaved ball
Yeah,
down the road.
yeah. I would prefer that we not um try to sell people on something.
No, I
Yeah,
wasn't. That wasn't my
and
direction. But
no, I know that
we'll
you didn't
do
have any ill will on it, but
no.
let's yeah.
We'll do you, Mark.
Well, I appreciate that you let me do that, but
I I I'm doing this out of respect for you. You will come back to it later. So
yeah,
let's
no,
do that.
we'll think about it. We'll let it roast. You know.
Well, I mean,
Hey,
here I'll
sir.
push back a little bit. Hold on, go ahead,
Go ahead,
MDS.
Cap.
Go ahead, MDS.
No, I was just gonna throw some. I've been reading, so there's some DD just to let you know, sir, that if there's some deals in this filing that if the conditions aren't met, it is December 31st or whatever of
For
2023. So you should,
execution.
yeah, so you should watch that because that would be an important date on like if the terms of the agreement were met, and
Right.
then and it is warrants too. So yeah, it's pretty much typical, funding stuff.
Yeah, and my deal is I know what it is sitting there. I'm just trying to understand it. And I'm trying to understand it if it's backed off a, potential revenue increase, or, these guys are going to drag them through the coals. And where I was trying to make a point of potential catalyst is that they do have some things on the table. They are 8K events. There are pieces of paper being signed as they're moving through these processes. And back to the reason of why a company would like to do this and provide funding, or the fact that they're greedy pigs. Now, are they greedy pigs? Should I be cautious? Or
ask your doctor about a 2-in-1 pill.
Stay put? You know,
Yeah. I think
That
what
was me.
Mark
My fault. My fault.
I think what Mark's trying to say is it really doesn't matter, kind of, in a way,
Hold
kind of
on.
like
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
he's
yeah,
getting
yeah.
something queued up.
I know. I'm gonna
Y-
find something dirty for Mark later, and we'll go with it.
All
We'll
right,
see.
both
It's
you,
not
both you.
financial advice.
No, none of this is financial advice. 100%.
No, of course not.
Let me
The
uh,
thing is, we're getting too we're getting too
hold on.
bogged down in the
I don't think
like
we're
we're
getting too
dude. Don't
bogged down.
you don't have to sell me something
No one's
so
selling.
bad.
Okay, but
Go ahead.
here's
Go
the
ahead.
thing. I'm talking right now.
Yes, Captain.
Um,
Captain got to teach.
got to teach. I like that.
That's my favorite saying.
It's a good one. Um, but I think even in the hypothetical, right? Let's take a ticker out of it. We're not talking about any ticker right now. No one's trying to pump anything. But we are saying you have this stock. Let's call it stock A, and they're currently at market value or evaluated at about 25 million, 29 million. I forget whatever the number was. And then you have this deal where this person or this entity comes in and they're going to buy 120% of the shares
Total over
outstanding.
market value. Yeah.
Um,
Like, is this
on
a
the
thing
market, and
like
what is
a
the
hostile
percentage,
takeover? Right. Like, is this
and
a
what is,
hostile takeover? You know?
well, and they're making them, right? So supposedly the corporation is forcing them to do a hostile takeover currently. Is this the end of the road for the short position
That's
in this
that.
ticker?
That's what I'm looking at. Like, is this the catalyst for a call of ownership and shares? And we call these failed to delivers, which is up in the tens of millions from 2021. These guys haven't done their part. They're just paying their fucking premiums. Like, is this like a move them in?
Serfdom, we are not talking about a ticker. We're just talking about the theoretical happenings of what market mechanics behind a move like this without the factors of the corporation itself. Let's keep the conversation there for everyone's sake. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to mute you. Well, actually, I did because I hit the button, but it was under distress.
Sometimes, Captain, we have to keep the talks within certain constraints. You know, as ridiculous as I am all the time, um, there are constraints to making money. You know, when it comes to being serious about making money, we have to keep the constraints under control. You know, so I don't
Well,
think that you're out. I
100%.
don't think you're out of bounds when you say, "Hey, we just need to talk about the overview of stuff and see how we can maybe use use those views to see other things." You know, and that's as like I said, as much as I like to be braggadocious and nonsensical about stuff. I've been pretty lucky this summer. We've all been pretty lucky this summer sometimes, and it is what it is. And it's a game. If you don't think it's a game, then you're in the wrong game because they will laugh when they take 20 grand from you. They will laugh. The bad guys, for lack of a better word, will laugh when they take $80,000 from you. They don't care. They don't. I've been on both ends of the deal. I've been on both sides of it. I don't like losing $20,000. I like making 20 grand before everyone gets up in the morning. It's awesome. But uh, we have to be realistic about our expectations of the parameters that we're playing in, and the parameters that we're playing is those dudes don't play fair. And until you embrace, that's the beauty of the pirate lifestyle. And as ridiculous as it sounds, and I make jokes about it all the time, um, the, the you have to be a pirate when you wake up in the morning if you're going to trade pre-market. You have to be a fucking vicious, vicious pirate. And as soon as we all become pirates, there's a big ship, and that's when they get scared. No one's afraid of one pirate, but they are afraid of a fleet of pirates. And then that's why I use the pirate theme, and I love being a pirates and stuff like that. But it's all a metaphor for uh, for trying to take back the seas.
No, and 100%, and that's why I think you're right. Because I mean, if you look back at the reverse, what we now call the reverse, the reverse split play. Finding that bottom and then taking what you can, because you got to be a pirate in that situation. You
Absolutely.
gotta, you gotta hit that floor, and you gotta hit that floor right. But then you can
When did I
see
start talking
really
about
good
reverse
gains.
split plays, Captain?
Oh, we started what? It was probably 6 months ago.
Years ago, years ago,
Oh, years.
yeah, I mean, well, let's say 6 months, and people laughed at me. Even on the BBIG play, Lauren said no, they'll hold off on the reverse split. I said they will reverse split on BBIG as soon as they can. And
As
what
soon
happened?
as they can, and
They
yeah, exactly what happened.
absolutely did it. They absolutely did that because that was to their gain. And then Pirates came in and said, fuck you. They couldn't sell any more shares. We put a roadblock up, a little, like a boycott. They couldn't sell the shares. And they wanted to because they wanted to do that. The A360, whatever. That was a whole brand new version of the um, Zash merger. It was just a new version of that. That's all that was. And in a way, it was beautiful. We all lost lots of money. I lost lots of money on that one, and I'm not happy about it. But I stand steadfast with my shares on that dude, and they will fucking pay me, or there'll be nothing. I stand by. Fuck you, pay me on those dudes. Sometimes you lose, and you're like, man, I just made bad choices, and I'll just sell at a loss, which I don't like to do. I don't like losing money. But there's other things where you have to stand your ground. I'll stand my ground on them, and we'll see what happens in court. We'll see what happens. I hope Akum blows it up, and I don't even remember how we got talking on this, but
Well, I was talking about this fictional company, and then we have someone who has to buy supposedly 120% of the shares outstanding from the market right now over a 3-year period.
in case anyone knows, someone offered me to buy Mark or offered me money to buy Marco this morning. So fucking knuckle draggers.
I see, Mark. You don't like the question.
I love all the questions. I love all
No,
the
I'm
questions.
saying this question though. Like, so they literally. I mean, I would see price improvement, but again, exactly. It's like, look what other stocks they're into and what game they're playing. I don't know what mechanics they're working on. MDS, do you have any clue?
He likes what I like.
I don't even know which one you're talking about now.
Yeah, what stock were you talking about, Captain?
I'm not talking about any stocks. I'm talking about this fictional stock, so we don't have
Oh, the
anyone blow
fictional
up.
dude.
That
I really have trouble trading the fictional stocks. I do better with the factual stuff.
all right, but that
I
triggers.
told him, MDS, you like what I like.
We're in a catch-22 here. I feel like
Until you don't
I
like
want
what
to
I
say
like.
that I'm crazy so that I can go, but because I know I'm crazy, I can't get out. Like that's what I feel right now.
Oh man.
So
Imagine if everyone liked what I like. Oh, this is freaking awesome, dude. We could run Shitco to freaking $100. That's like illegal. I think that's called like a pump and dump scheme, though.
Let me answer Kappan's question because I know
Go
he's gonna
ahead. Go ahead.
he's
Go
gonna
ahead.
get frustrated.
He's mad. I get it.
Sea-Doo is gonna eventually have a pump.
Yeah.
Yep.
that was not my question.
Oh.
However, I'm happy to hear it. I'm very happy to hear it.
Uh, yeah,
And then
because well, what
the
happens?
people, and then I'll
They
make
have to.
$500,000 on Sea-Doo,
Hold on, hold on. I gotta have. I want to hear MDS.
and then we'll have to hear about it for the next 7 months after that,
Oh
because
man,
Mark's got to teach.
because Mark now Mark's teaching. Hey,
Hold on, MDS is
I
gonna.
feel like I'm in class here. I got Professor One, Professor Two. No, I just think eventually that's what these warrants and everything. When you're looking at these filings, you have to figure out the warrants, the conversions, and all the fine print because all these are laid out different. They're similar but different, right? They're all going to be worded pretty close to the same, but you just have to decode what the hell they're doing. And then once you got that figured out, you know that either that sometimes you'll see a price movement move on an S1 filing because the investors see something they like, or they know that they're probably going to run the price up to capture those warrants, or you see a strike price, right, or something that's going to induce that a sentiment for the people to be buying the common shares. So it doesn't always work though. So you can see, someone will do an S1 filing and it absolutely plummets because they don't like what it's all saying. So, but eventually, someone's got to make money, and that's pretty much you'll hear these traders talk that follow the money, and that's a lot of what originally the talk of follow the money was about is you follow the big money, and big money likes to make money. So that's why I follow Mark.
Just to wrap that up with a good ribbon. I like that.
The
And
ironic
that's
part
why
is
I
it all
follow
comes
Mark.
back to Mark.
That's right.
Follow big money.
Hold on, Cap.
Oh God, he's gonna play it again.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm on a commercial. I'm on commercial.
Oh no. Oh no. What happened?
Wait, while
Santa's
Robin's playing,
coming. Santa.
I'm on. I love Christmas
hold
too
on.
much. You guys know my birthday's at Christmas time. My birthday's on Christmas. This Christmas.
It's Christmas Day, right?
Yep, this Christmas Day I will be 50 years old.
That's just incredible. He
Yeah.
lasted that long.
I mean that's what Ivy said
That
too.
is
She's like,
incredible.
never did I think I was gonna have to deal with this long. And now my brothers told her, she said that dude's gonna live to be 105. It's absolute ridiculousness. And she's stuck now. She's stuck. But she's awesome. She's
Yeah.
awesome. Oh, hold on. Let me check this out real quick. Yeah, I didn't know if you guys ever heard this or not. I love pirate songs. Oh, them pirates.
I can't wait for the person that's surfing through YouTube and then stumbles upon this madness.
Oh God, can you? I mean, I hope they know. I did not even tag it as a stock thing. Like no one's watched it, so I mean, luckily our average wait time is or watch time is like 27 seconds. We're
Perfect.
good.
We're
Yeah, we're
good.
good.
So Ivy said to me yesterday, she's like, Mark, I am so afraid of the day where you're absolutely successful and all this stuff. She said, because you are so scary with the nonsense that people will embrace it. It's gonna be awesome. And she's always been like ambivalent to my crazy stuff and things like that. But she was like, Mark, you can't recruit people to this stuff. That's crazy. And I'm like, it's pirate mentality. As soon as we're all on pirate mentality, then they will either capitulate or they will turn their backs on us, and that's fine. But if we're all pirates and we crush them by being pirates, the glorious the glory in that is going to be awesome.
Do pirates
What would happen?
do pirates ride sea-doos?
What would happen if everyone day traded instead of long term investing? Think about that. Just think
like
about that. So if you
1920s, roaring 20s, man.
if you rolled your money out of your 401k and you said, no, I have $148,000 in there. I want all that money back. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to 14,800 on 10 different run plays every day. Well, they can't make money that way. They lose money that way.
We've had an example of this in our history, and it was the Roaring Twenties, like where margin calls came rolling in because everybody was in the hysteria of trading and leveraging trades. And then
It'll be
took
awesome.
one it took
It'll be
it
awesome,
took
dude.
it took one special ingredient, which was market influence, J.P. Morgan, and his control over the banks. And he seeded FUD, for what you would call it these days, that those banks are failing. Your money isn't safe there. And it created a hysterical event of withdrawals from the banking system. And now banks can't pay their notes, and margin calls came running in, and now we have a recession leading into overall bankruptcies and depression. And the history to be taught in that is don't go fucking balls in on everything. And they
Wait a
didn't
minute.
have
Wait,
401ks,
wait,
they didn't
wait,
have shit like that, but
wait a
they
minute.
went fucking nuts with it. They went nuts with it.
Oh, wait a
All right,
minute.
I'm done.
We, we, we
Serfdom.
do.
Yeah, we might have a problem. You might be in the wrong chat. I'm just kidding. It's just because you said you don't go in balls deep into everything. That's
Wait,
crazy talk.
yeah, I,
Check the picture.
Not everyone has balls these days. Come on, pull it together.
I have
The
a
girls can
solid,
invest also.
I
Come
have a solid
on.
investment, Mark, and I heard you talking about our DMs
No,
about
absolutely. Yeah, no, no.
my
Any
upfront investment in a Marco, and you didn't call me out name for name, but I'm interested.
no, dude. Anyone that sends me some kind of DM on Twitter, um, if it's nonsense or viable information, you better believe that I will share that with everybody because I want lots of people don't realize this about. I want everybody to be awesome in life. I want everybody to be rich. I want everybody to have so much money where they can come to my house and they're like, "Oh, dude, what are we doing today? And I'm like, dude, I don't have anything going on. They're like, well, I just ordered like $900 worth of rum from Total Wine, and it's coming here in 18 minutes. And I'm like, fucking awesome. That's the life that I want. I want that one. I want everybody to be rich. So rich that the nonsense is nonsensical. The nonsense is actually regular life. That's how ridiculously rich I want everyone to become. And that is my goal with this. With
Yeah,
all
this
this
is
talk and this jibber jabber and stuff like that. I mean, um, I I've been successful in life only through luck and
one actual
dumb luck.
ticker.
Yep.
Kegs.
Well, like 6 tickers, but
KEGS. That's how he did it.
which one? Which one was it?
Kegs. KEGS.
Yes. Yeah.
He doubles his money. It's a secret. No one knows this, but he owns, I think, somewhere around 100 million shares last time I checked his account. And
No,
it
but
just goes 0.0001, and every time it jumps to 0.0002, he's doubling his money. It's a little secret. No one knows.
Yeah. Yeah.
no, my best ticker is IVY.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I had it
that's
wrong.
because I married that girl and she's awesome. Yeah, and she keeps me in check. Yeah, that's my best ticker, IVY.
I mean,
If you
wow.
don't know that ticker, then you out of luck. Yeah.
You got to keep that ticker happy, you
Oh,
know.
the ridiculous thing about it is she's so rational about stuff, and we're like complete opposites. It's a glorious bond. And then one day she comes on, she's like, "Whoa, Mark, what's going on with this?" She's like, "What the fuck? What's going on down here?" And like my whole entire life is like in this little basement apartment that I have, and it's so awesome. Like I'll make like Thanksgiving dinner down there, and I'll bring it up and give it to her and all kinds of other stuff, and she'll come down and visit. And we're obviously a married couple, but we have like different lives um, as far as like our everyday things that go on. But we're a married couple still, and we live in the same house. And she'll come down to like my little apartment in the basement, and she gets the rest of the house or whatever. But it's not like we're not married. We are. We love each other, and we have like a companionship bond and stuff like. And then she'll come down. She'll like,
Are you trying to
"What?"
are you trying to justify having a man cave?
Well,
Yes, yes,
well,
and
Yes.
to,
what
yes,
we're leading into is Mark's space called Mark's basement.
dude. If there's no way anybody would not want to spend 7 hours a day in my man cave. Everyone would want to do that. Every man who has a man that aspires for that life would want to come down and hang out at my man cave. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. And
I actually
that's what
believe that.
that's what we spent as a family. That's what we spent the last 20 years aspiring to. Where she can my wife has like a sewing room up in the upstairs and a hobby room and stuff like that, and I have the basement, and it is what it is. I have like do you guys know who Roberto Clemente is?
What's his basement look like?
No, Roberto Clemente. He was a
He's
baseball
a
player.
football.
he,
Oh,
he was a
I thought he was
baseball
a
player.
football player.
No, he was a baseball player from the for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And he was an awesome baseball player. If you look it up, he's in the Hall of Fame and stuff like that. But his entire life was meant to give back to the people of the Dominican Republic because that's where he was from. And
Oh, I do know him.
yeah, yeah. So I have just recently acquired a baseball signed by all the 1971 Pittsburgh Pirates. Right. So this baseball is probably worth, I don't know, $11,000, and that's like life changing to some people. But to me, the baseball itself is more valuable. I love Roberto Clemente. I love that dude touched that baseball and then he signed it with his own hand. And it has Willie Stargell and Bill Mazeroski and all kinds of other guys, but it has Roberto Clemente's signature on it. That dude touched that baseball 50, 60 years ago. It's awesome. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain the
It's in my pod
the
case.
satisfaction you get from that.
For my earbuds.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's at.
MDS, I'll sell it to you for $30,000 tomorrow, though.
Dude, I'll trade you for a Bob Feller.
I
Signed.
don't need a Bob Feller, dude.
What?
Okay.
Guarantee. I got
But
it too.
the
It's a lock.
moral of the story was that
Oh.
you have your own convictions about things, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
So,
played for the Cleveland Indians.
dude, everyone hates Bob Feller.
All right, so I did want to MDS reposted one of my posts, so I did
Yeah.
want to
Let's talk about
highlight
this.
that.
Yes.
BB,
This is on the agenda.
BB, this is I don't even think I actually did. It's so infused. There's going to be a Lambo joke somewhere in there because this is probably going to happen, and it's going to be so awesome.
They should all be Unimog
Beautiful.
jokes now. No Lambo jokes.
Unimog.
Unimogs.
No, because you're the only duck that's going to get a Unimog.
I'm the only psycho who wants a Unimog. Is that what
I
you're
said
saying,
silly.
Captain?
I said silly duck.
You don't understand it. Captain and I are going to Malibu, and we will visit you.
That's right. That's right.
With your whatever 6x6 thing you're buying.
The funny thing is I already bought it.
Hey, get the damn sailboat ready, for God's sake.
I already bought it.
I just want to say though, Mark actually elected to be my Higgins earlier, like last night. So he's trying to take. So you only have to be TC from now on, or yeah, JT.
I don't like helicopters. I don't like helicopters.
Where's
I don't know
Rick?
if you guys know.
Who's Rick?
I don't know if you guys know this or not, but like
Oh shit!
after September 11th, the USS Kitty Hawk ran incursions into Afghanistan, and I was on the USS Kitty Hawk, and I used to be in the gun shop, and so like a whole bunch of people came on the Kitty Hawk that were not new, or they were all new to the Kitty Hawk. They were all CIA and Army Rangers and Navy SEALs and stuff like that. And I don't want anyone ever to think that I was nothing special in the Navy other than my own self. Like the only thing that ever made me special was just me. I was not a Navy SEAL. That I have had people DM me about that. That's not what my job was. My job was a gun shop dude, and I shot guns, and I was awesome with guns, and the people that came on the Kitty Hawk knew that, and they liked me, and I got along with them. I'm a dip spitting, beer drinking, Jack Daniels, Jim Beam drinking type guy. That's just me. And then September 11th hit. It was, like I was actually in the A Club in Yokosuka, Japan, when they ran into the World Trade Centers, and then we went to. I went back to the Kitty Hawk with my buddy. My buddy said, "What are we gonna do?" And I said, "I know what's gonna happen real quick." And before I even finish that stuff, I had a plane ticket to go to Turkey. So I got on a plane to go to Turkey. Went to Turkey. That was freaking awesome. And then we walked into Afghanistan, and we walked into Afghanistan with a bunch of government people and stuff like that. And they're like, "Okay, this is your job." And my job was basically to maintain the weapons for the guys that were shooters. And those were awesome guys, and they were fearless and great people. But my job was to do the maintenance on those guns, and then as like any other job, as people run out and things get tight, you end up doing more jobs. And that was my first introduction into shooting and scoping and stuff like that. And it was a very uh, interesting portion of my life. But this goes back to the stock market in a way where you you evolve um, with things. Your investments evolve with stuff. When I was in the gun shop on the USS Kitty Hawk, I did not think for any second ever um, that I would be on a hillside or on a mountainside in Afghanistan, scoping it out. Not literally, not even scoping, but having someone tell me 2 clicks, 11. The wind is at 11 miles an hour. I mean, you can't write that stuff. That's crazy talk. But that's how life works. It is. And that was where actually my Navy life was the worst of things before all that happened. And then after that happened, oh my God, everything opened up. And I'm colorblind. I can't see colors. That was what prevented me from being the most successful in the Navy, was me being colorblind. And when they needed me the most, they didn't care that I was colorblind. They didn't care anymore. They're like, fuck it, whatever. And all those people on the Kitty Hawk who bashed me and busted me down and did all kinds of crazy stuff, when it came down to it, those guys said, "Yeah, that's the best guy." Unfortunately, we fucking hate that dude, but it's a crazy thing. It is. It's all very crazy, and these are things that make uh, life and investing and yeah, just decisions in general. Just because you made a decision yesterday doesn't mean it's the end of the world. I mean, and just because something happened yesterday doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. And these are the big messages that we should get out of some of this stuff. And it's
Yeah. But,
crazy. Yeah, go ahead.
oh, I was just going to say
I
though,
was
Mark. But
rambling. Go
also,
ahead.
no, I know. But also at the other end of that, as HA proved in your portfolio, sometimes if you just hold it long enough, worry about other stuff, uh, that pays off. Maybe average down every once in a while when you see that it's at a like really
Or
low, right?
you just make some choices,
Yeah.
in life. It is what it
Um.
is. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't do it. There we go. I wanted to mention, did anyone hear any news about Estee Lauderdale? They are down 4.88%. That's almost 5% on the day.
It's just Estee Lauder.
Estee Lauder, yeah. Sorry. Did I say Lauderdale?
You did.
That's hilarious. Estee Lauder, yeah. Anyone hear what that might have been about?
They make makeup, and times are getting tough, so people buy less makeup.
Yeah, I think it was basically a snail shortage because the ink that they get out of those little snails, they're really hard to get out of the ocean. And I've done a little bit of scuba diving, and them suckers are tough
I
to
have all of those
find.
snails, dude, in my backyard. It's gonna be freaking awesome.
I just total BS there, Captain. I have no idea why. But the
I
snail
still have all
sounded
those
good.
snails though, just so you know.
Okay, perfect. Oh man, no idea. Estee Lauder. Is there a makeup problem? Because like
Well,
I can.
makeup's gonna suffer when the times get tough. You know, that's not really a. So the things that thrive
Okay,
during downtimes are food, liquor, and cigarettes. Because if I'm a drinker, regardless of how bad life gets, I'm not going to stop drinking. I'm not going to stop smoking, and I'm not going to stop eating.
if I gotta tell you, if space
Interject.
calls, oh,
I
I was
think
just gonna say,
I
if
think
space,
hospitals might be the go-to thing if we're not stopping drinking, we're not going to stop eating and smoking. I'm
I'm gonna
going with hospitals.
I'm pushing back because I will say, after countless case studies, let's call them space calls, I will say whatever Mark was saying is 100% true.
Oh yeah,
So,
I forgot. Follow Mark. Damn it, that's where I go wrong every time.
so hey, Mark. Here's a fun story. I pulled up. I
Yes,
put like
sir.
$5 grand into fucking the cigarette ticker. What is that? Not Ultra. Is it Ultra?
I don't know
That
what you're talking about.
Marlboro, right?
You should have sent your $5,000 to me, and I would have sent you back
Right. Well, in
probably
this
probably fifty three
point
hundred
being
dollars,
proved,
and I would have or MDS and I would have made $11,000 off your money, and
yeah.
everyone would have been happy.
So I grabbed
But you
it.
didn't. You didn't. You
I
instead you did
grabbed a
this.
cigarette stock, and the next day Biden banned fucking Juuls, the vaporizers,
Yeah.
and that thing went 50% down,
But
like instantly.
he doesn't have that right.
But he did. He
He
did.
doesn't have that power. So that that's the beauty of some of that stuff. So what you should have done was waited until he banned it and then
Well,
buy it.
I didn't do
No,
my
I
DD,
get it.
right?
I get it. What I'm saying though is when someone does something that's so ridiculous, I double down on the obvious. And the obvious is like as nonsensical as it may seem. When they dumped it 50%, I would have doubled down on that.
It didn't really recover though,
And
is
that
my
happens
biggest
sometimes.
thing.
That happens.
And
Yeah, that's
maybe
part of
like
life.
maybe I could be sitting on it for, whatever. Bags are bags, but like that was a super frustrating thing. I do support your idea of alcohol, cigarettes, and strippers. I don't. I did you say
I didn't
strippers?
say strippers. You said strippers.
Oh well,
I love
well,
strippers too, but don't get me wrong.
it's money,
No,
right?
Miss Ivy don't like strippers, but I do. But
But yeah, that was a little wild ride, like playing a
we'll
cigarette
just
play.
discuss something that happened recently where I talked about in DMs in the morning with my regular guys, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to buy some shares in this stock." Right,
Yeah,
and
well, we'll
I
get
bought
you
it.
tomorrow
Hold on.
morning.
Let me finish the story. The story is important um, to the long term outcome of the situation. Right, so I said I bought these shares, and I bought these shares at like let's say 24 cents a share, and I bought maybe I don't know $500 or 500 shares. So we're looking at, or actually I bought like 2,500 shares, and then I got in at a bad point. Right. So it continued to go down after I bought it. And I'm like, oh, I freaking blew this one. And everyone's laughing at me on the Twitter. Right. And it's fun. It's fun. And it is what it is if it doesn't alter your life, which it did not alter my life. And then it goes up to like 22. It went down to like 17, 18 cents. And I doubled down. I said, I'm doubling down on this at 18 and a half or 17 cents or whatever it was. And then it dipped a little bit more and I tripled down on it and I didn't even tell anybody. I tripled down on it. So now I'm like 6,000, 7,500 shares into this. And then it ran. So we all had good fun mocking me, and that was awesome. I don't have any issue with that. It's all in good
Wait,
fun.
who is mocking you? Especially, was anyone here mocking you about
Well,
a
MDS
replay?
mocked me that one time, and then he's like, "Yeah, no, you're awesome. I suck at life."
Dude, Maki, are you kidding me? Did you check out the sailing pic I just put up? Are you kidding me? I mean, who's mocking anybody?
No, my issue is I get in too early sometimes, but I watch and I watch and I watch, and had we all got in at like say 10,000 shares when I tripled down, none of us would care about anything. Like I don't care about fuck. This year has been the greatest year of my life. And I have done lots of awesome things in my life. And this is the most fulfilled I've felt in my life, and I don't have an explanation for it.
You know what's weird?
It's all weird.
All my options went to 0 or went to 1
Well, that could be a
overnight.
message. That could be a message for your options.
He's,
You want to sell me all them options? I'll buy them for it. Buy them from you for $60.
he's gonna bundle.
Oh wait, I was wrong. My options did not. No, I've got some that are worth something.
I
That's funny.
feel like MDS mocked me a little bit,
I
and
feel
then
it
he
was
was like,
deserved. I don't
"What
even know
the
which part you're
fuck is
talking
wrong
about.
with this dude?"
Deserved.
It cuts
Did you?
deep.
We
It
have
cuts
to
Did you?
deep.
we have to bathe in the gloriousness of some of this stuff, though.
One thing I
Did
It's
wanted to
you?
The
mention.
absolutely
blood.
necessary to bathe in the gloriousness of some of this stuff.
One thing
Did
I
you?
wanted to mention. No, because this is interesting. One thing I wanted to mention. Estee Lauderdale news. Google
It's
search.
just slaughter. It's Estee Lauder.
Oh yeah, that's right. Estee Lauder.
Captain got to teach.
Estee Lauder.
He ain't teaching much.
Right.
He's in Lauderdale.
Captain's got to teach.
Estee Lauder. So 6 days ago, like this is crazy. CNBC, can troubled Estee
I
Lauder
can't even
be
stop
saved?
laughing.
Wall Street analysis say yes, but we are not so sure. Right? 4 days ago, Yahoo Finance. Why is Estee Lauder up, or EL up 11.6% since the last earning report? And then 9 hours ago, Estee Lauder cause CIA stock falls Tuesday, underperforms market. So they put out an article that it's running, and then it's falling 2 days later, giving up a lot of the gains, right?
Total buzzkill.
Is it I know this is in all of your wheelhouses, as Mark will tell us he is a chemist.
He can't stop laughing. He ain't even gonna talk.
Well, Estee Lauder's strategy glossy is Estee Lauder and ordinary share strategies for TikTok shop. That's kind of crazy. Anyways, back to whatever you guys want to talk about.
I'm sailing.
I'm just out here pre market. I think Mark's gonna stay up for 24 hours. I mean 48 hours now. Did you get sleep today, Mark? Oh, did he fall asleep on us?
That might have been the last cookie. It might have done it, man.
Did he have a cookie? Mark, you are muted right now. No one can hear you.
Oh man.
Okay.
Ah, Estee Lauder. Yeah. Wow. Seems like that's kind of interesting that they would put something out and then completely go the opposite direction a couple days later, though. Wasn't really following that one though. So. Mark's he's just checked out.
Is
Oh
he doing
man.
that? Is he doing that? Or I thought that was serfdom. He's the one doing the thing. Sorry about that. I had a mute on. I'm looking at Borg Warner too. They had a bad day in the market. I don't know anything about them. BWA.
No, it's always me. I'm always the one that's got to pull all this fucking weight for you guys. It's sickening some days. Miss Ivy just came down and smacked me in the head. She's like, "What the fuck?" She said, "Stop giving all our money away." I'm like, I don't know. I got to share the wealth. She smacked me in the head. She did. She said the pirate music is too much today. And
Cue
what
the
do I?
music, Mark.
What do
Cue
I
the
do?
music.
I'll play more.
You did tell her. You did tell her that Captain Wicked said, that he did not endorse
Dude,
any of
you
the
you have to be nice if you're
pirate.
gonna move in here.
That's what I'm saying. See, he actually did offer the Higgins treatment.
Anyone can move in my house
Oh.
if they're acceptable. Yep, absolutely. You send me some DMs and think of.
Mark, you know anything about Borg Warner Inc. BWA?
I don't know anything about that.
They're an EV company.
BWA.
They
I when it comes to the EVs, I'm very disappointed in all that stuff. Right? I don't want to talk bad about it. I'm just disappointed in it. The whole like I had PPSI for a long time, and then I sold it on the pump and I dumped it and I made a profit on it. But I'm like, I wish that it would it would all be better, but it's not. It's not. People in America, unfortunately, people in America don't want that stuff, and it's an uphill battle to to get people to adopt that stuff. It's sad in a way. I love the environment. I wish that all this stuff was awesome, but it's not. It's not. Go on. I Tell me a story about it.
Who me? I'm sorry, my mic just keeps on going off, so I'm not like I don't realize that I'm on. I wasn't going on a story. Right
No,
now, I'm really just looking at the trading view map, seeing what's down, seeing what's even, seeing what's
I
extremely red.
at this point I hate everything that has to do with environmental science.
Okay.
But as it dumps, if it's pumped right now, I'll buy it when it dumps.
How about non-energy material minerals? MDS doesn't like it. So what is going? Okay, so in
But
the
MDS
portfolios,
likes what I like, so it is what it is. But that's how you make money,
You have to go that way.
right?
I
MDS.
have no idea what he's looking at. He's
It doesn't make a difference.
just grab a cup of coffee, kick back.
And you buy what Mark bought.
How hard can it be?
It's easy money at this point. It's easy money, and oh my god,
What is this guy not getting?
I did give you guys some good ones. Let's be honest,
Ah, all right. So,
right? Like life changers.
yeah, good place.
I think I said this, and typically I don't say what happened long term with on TTOO. I made $500,000.
he really likes to break that one out.
Yeah, so that is like life changing money for a
The
lot of
the nu-
people.
the number might change every once in a while too. So
Actually, it was $690,000.
okay, well the
And
number might not change. I guess
yes,
to put
and,
him on
and that's why Ivy is so mad. She's like, dude, you have to pay taxes on all that now because that's her deal. She's like, oh my god, she doesn't care that we made $500,000. She's like, oh my god, you're gonna have to pay taxes on all that money. And I'm like, yeah. And I fucking hate taxes, but
And now
uh,
you're in a position where you're wishing that MOAS isn't tomorrow, despite MOAS literally being tomorrow.
despite
Unfortunately,
despite I might cause my ass,
Yeah, I mean,
right?
think about it. Kappa's not going to get any sleep because he's going to be up for pre-market.
The beauty of all this stuff is there's crazy dudes like me. That's the best part about it.
Ah,
I can't even breathe sometimes. I can't. I can't. That's why I'm so drunk. It is what
I
it
think
is.
I think I might take the opposite side of
It's
that
best to do the
that
opposite of
equation
what
that
I
we
do.
were
You're right.
talking about. No, what is it? ACI Albertsons.
okay, he's back to Albertsons. Where are you going now?
I'm still on Sea-Doo.
I'm still on C2. So January 19th, what are we looking at? OpenAI. Oh God, there's a huge open interest right now. Even if you went, so our boy went what four? So if you went up to 28,
Mark's calling an emergency meeting. See, dude.
When you actually, I'm done with Sea-Doo. I'm just passive on that, dude. When you see when you see tomorrow the huge candle on alt, then you'll know. AULT. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be glorious. And my wife was like, "Why are you buying such garbage stuff?" And I'm like, "I'm not buying it. I'm running it. I'm running that dude."
He's running the show.
Them stock market fools, they don't know what's going on down here in the basement in Missouri.
Oh shit.
They're like, that dude was just talking about Roberto Clemente baseballs, and now he owns our company, and we don't know what to do because he's off the fucking chain. It's going to be awesome. Absolutely awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Captain, what are you doing?
He's buying alts like the rest of us. If he's not, then he's doing the wrong thing.
so I just put in an order for ACI $26 calls for
Oh.
January 19th, just to see what'll happen.
All right, we'll split it. We'll split it. What? How much
We'll
did it
see.
cost?
Well, because
How
it
much?
costs. My bid is 10 cents.
So how
Because
much
it
did it
is,
charge you?
it's out of the money, right? But if it goes in that direction, then those out of the money calls can raise exponentially higher than closer to the money. But you got to be right. You know what I
You
mean?
can't be a
It's more
pirate unless you
risk.
do 4x on that, dude. So you
That's right.
might as well quadruple that, and then we'll see
I
what
know.
happens.
I got a call from margin tomorrow. Actually, that's.
Oh
I,
god.
I always say to myself, I can't wait to be at the level at which they give me margin. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, when they margin call you, you just say, "Hey, go talk to Mark." And like, "Oh, Mark in Missouri." They're like, "You're like, yeah." They're like, "Okay, it'll be okay."
Hey guys, did Mark talk about TTOO yet?
Oh
Oh,
no,
dude,
not at all.
do you want to relive this story? That's fucking
Never.
awesome, dude. I love the TTO story.
Did I miss the first time or is this the second time? I can't remember.
You want to talk about TTO again,
No, I'm joking. I
Captain?
love hearing
How
that
much did I
story.
make on TTO?
The number just keeps going up.
No,
I
it's
love
always
it.
been the same. It's always been the same. But how much did I make on TTO, Captain?
I'm not 100% sure. I
Yes.
don't like to say numbers on recorded calls either.
Exactly.
Like,
The
especially like I don't know.
gloriousness of that when I called it out, and
This
then
is why I talk in percents though too.
yeah, and
I
then
also want to
people
say
call me pumpers, and then I love it. Oh my god,
it
dude!
is pretty
The
great.
day,
Like when your
yeah,
trade goes right and they've been telling you for so long that it's like all a scam and like you're not going to be able to ever get your investment back. Like I'm telling you, that
we
like
lived it.
if
We lived it. It was awesome.
oh, but I'm saying like if BBBY does what everyone like, or at least the BBBY crew thinks that it's
Yeah,
going to do, this
yeah.
is going to be so monumental because it's like,
We'll be
but
joining you, Mark.
that's right.
the the day that your wife smacks you because you made too much money is an awesome day.
That's a good day.
Okay,
Yes,
but I'm
and
just
she's
saying,
like, "Dude, did you have like you drank like half a bottle of rum today?" And then I show her the telephone, and she's like, "I fucking hate your guts," but she loves me at the same time. She knows how I am. It is what it is. It's awesome days, awesome days, and that went on for days and days. Oh my god, we should probably talk about TTOO forever.
no, but we should also talk about that. How great of a story would it be that my
BB
that my Maccabees
butterfly.
uh, Mickey Cabs addition meme stock portfolio started with $20 and whatever I had left over and
Yeah,
an undisclosed amount of BBBY shares that are currently held in a trust. If it was one day, like tomorrow, GME announces that there's a huge merger. BBBY people are getting something like
right.
all their equity back and whatever, and things just go through the roof. It would be a beautiful day, and it would actually be a Mickey Mickey Cab story, 100%.
That would be a glorious day.
It'd be an awesome day because not a
I
lot
have
of people,
BBY
not a
too.
lot of people know this, but you have to have X amount of shares to have it in the trust.
Yep. Yep.
That's a little clue right there. How rich or comfortable Captain will be when Butterfly blooms.
Metamorphosizes if
Yeah,
it ever happens, right? If it ever happens, but you know what the funny thing is? Like, there's so much those communities are so big, you know, because they're always got like the hundreds of people listening in. Um, but man, I was talking about BBY a year ago, and I didn't need any motivation. I'm
yeah.
just
Look,
like,
we got 5 listeners, maybe 4,
dude,
maybe.
Couple
I love
burners, maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's just us.
Space Ghost, rate limiting, and Abe, and serfdom and design. Come on,
And
all
then
four people.
four people that work for the SEC that are listening to me.
That's right,
Well,
on
there
their
you
like on their computers that you don't see. They're just recording it in the background.
And they're like, "There's no way that dude's on the up and up." And I'm like, "You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised." Oh,
Jeez.
the gloriousness of it is great days. Great days we're living in. Maybe I should play some pirate music to
Yeah.
commemorate it.
Don't encourage that bad behavior. MD has the Ivy thing on his
MDS.
roof.
You've been cracking up this whole time, man.
It's good.
You're giving that SEC guy a hard time.
I know. I know. Because I actually think we're serious.
That's the beauty of it.
I'm just waiting for him to play the music so Captain loses his shit. Oh man. Beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
Dude, can this Bitcoin run ever end? Is like the bull season back? Is that what's going on?
Dude, did you? I sent you that post. Did you not see that post? So, see, here's something I got to revisit because remember, I sent that post that I said I had a theory that. You know that's resonating through that house.
Dude, Ivy already said not to do it. I just want to say, Ivy, my future, potential roommate, I did not endorse any of this.
I go with the pirate mentality. I think we should be pirates.
Mark, when you're playing that music, do you just blast it on some stereo system in the
No,
background?
that's
Or
like I said. My wife came down and smacked me in the head last night.
so you're just shaking the whole house, huh?
Oh, dude, the whole house is rumbling. It's all freaking awesome. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning here. She's like, "Fucker."
Yeah, your
No,
neighbors are like, "What in the goddamn's going on over there? Pirates of the
yeah,
Caribbean or something?"
she loves me though, but I mean, she still has like a regular job. She's got to go. I understand, but
It's earnings day too, boys.
oh yeah. I was thinking about earnings, and then I thought about this.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, man.
Here it goes. Oh.
Hoist your colors high, baby.
You know what they're probably doing?
What are they doing?
They're
Captain's got a teach.
probably
Tell us.
they're probably in between earnings, the IV settles out, and then they probably run it like way before earnings or 2 weeks before earnings just to juice the IV. Because IV was only like 65% 2 weeks ago.
I wasn't done with my story, Captain.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on. This
What,
is your
MDS?
story.
Are you gonna sail the Pacific or something?
All right.
No,
So,
Hold on.
the
so
MDS's story. This
hold
is
on.
his story.
See,
the
I can't talk.
Bitcoin. We were back at Bitcoin. Remember? Let's go in the Wayback Machine.
That's
And
right.
we were.
43.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
The problem is I can't mute him because he's got to get here quicker so we can tag the co-host spot. This is all right. Stop. stop bothering Ivy. We got Bitcoin theories to go through. Come on, man.
I don't. Has anyone ever heard my Bitcoin story?
Yes, I have. I want to talk about today, the present.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Carry on. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Where the Centos guy
He
told
makes
me.
you guilty about it. That's the problem, right? It's like,
Yeah. That's the problem.
all right, so
Go ahead.
MDS, we're at 43,000. A week ago, you sent me a message, and it said,
I had a theory that they were going to liquidate out of the market and go into Bitcoin, remember, before they dump the main markets.
which is why you think SPY is going,
has a potential
you know,
But what do they do with the
to
small
go
cap?
down, so they take their money, liquidity, and they throw it over in Bitcoin, because that's kind of what they did last time, is they ran Bitcoin up as the main markets are diving down, right? And then they flip-flop.
But what do they do with the small caps?
They leave them for us.
Where they're super short. Though. I mean, this is an important message.
well, no, that's the rebalancing, right? That's the capitulation, right? Or am I wrong?
Well, they want capitulation, yes.
Well, I'm saying though,
But lucky for us, pirates don't capitulate. Pirates fucking double down.
That's right.
Pirates don't care.
Double down.
Yep.
No, it was just a theory I had because of the last time they kind of did the same thing. If you're watching Bitcoin in the main markets, they kind of did that. So I was like, well, wouldn't it be funny if that's what they were doing? And they had Bitcoin down around 15, 18,000, and it's already 41. So
42.5, I think.
And that's what I'm saying. And some, analysis put Bitcoin's potential all the way up at like 100 grand.
Which would make sense if we have a massive crash, like people are saying. Not any of us in here, but
yeah.
there's people talking that the housing market's got bloated and all this stuff, right? So China banks, all that bear thesis stuff, where it's just, if that all happens, right, then that's where pirates come in.
I'd support your thoughts on that, MDS.
Oh, are you kidding? I want to cash
100%.
in.
Who comes in?
The pirates. There we go.
Oh my goodness. See, can't mute him. That's dude.
Did he buy
Ivy
this
has already
on a
yelled at you.
soundboard? All that fucking tattoo money.
Ivy has already yelled. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
I respect the Ivy, whilst others might not.
Well, if you want to live here, you better.
That's right. See, I'm prepping my work.
No, she's awesome. She's awesome. She knows the nonsense that I partake in every day, every single day.
So what I'm saying is that, right? So Bitcoin has reached an all-time high of what, like 65,000, right? And we're seeing SPY at almost all-time high. So if someone was cashing out, you would want to cash out there and then gain maybe, a 50% return to 100% return, essentially, on your money.
Yep.
But on the other side of that, then yeah, the market's gonna crash, and then yeah, and then
on the other side, there's this.
I think what makes them, what's kind of put them in a hard check is regulating and their approach with their spot ETF with the blockchain technology, where in the past, where previous regulations weren't there may be regulations into Bitcoin and that BlackRock spot ETF. And I support your thought into rolling their profitability right back into Bitcoin, running this thing back up. I mean, those $100,000 marks were call outs from, I mean, a lot of the Bitcoin maxis, ARK investments. What is it? Kathy Woods. She she's always ran speculation into these high marks into Bitcoin value, but it's another environment where adaptation, use case, like, they're gonna funnel their money into things where they can, avoid their taxes. And we all know from Mark's opinion about paying taxes, but
I
these
hate
guys feel
fucking
the same
taxes,
way.
dude. I hate it all.
These guys feel the same way. So,
Yep.
like, the potential hyper pump is there. I don't think you're wrong. And I also see a major leg back because they're gonna just clean slate it again and run it right back up. And whatever that cycle looks like, we don't know, but you can try to judge it to some aspect. And, like Bitcoin has its Satoshi value, kind of like the NASDAQ and S&P 500 have their beta and gamma ratings on the market. So Satoshi value with Bitcoin affects all the other coins. So if Bitcoin's running, other things are running. So if you look at Dogecoin, it's broke out of that, 5 cents, 6 cents range, and now today I believe it's like nine cents a coin. But you're not talking about market caps and the same metrics that we have with our regulated markets. And then this is where I get very dicey with crypto trades, especially, certain coins where market allocation and market caps and value is placed when there's nearly an unlimited supply of coins being minted all the time. Now, crypto runs. I mean, 100%, 200%, 2000% runs aren't uncommon in the crypto market. And if you know how to play them, then you know how to play them. But running TA in the crypto market is like TA with the general equity market. You're on crack. Everything's a multiple of 100 because they can leverage this stuff. I mean, I think KuCoin allows you to leverage shares or coins clear up to the 500% mark. So this is where you see these crazy volatilities. And when you try to, place centralized markets and then allocate that to the crypto market, it doesn't make sense. And the reason why it doesn't make sense is because it's not the same game. And it can be pretty dicey. You can be in and out. I mean, you can catch some good volatility, but you got to pay taxes. You got to register all this stuff. I got flagged in the 2017 runs back in the day. Made good money on Litecoin when it ran to 420. Um,
I don't know if I told you this or not, but I hate fucking taxes.
but yeah, I mean,
I don't want to give my money away
no,
to the government.
and it's made even more complicated with
Yeah, they
brokerages
suck.
that aren't.
They suck at allocating it.
These brokerages aren't registered. Most of them aren't even registered in the United States. They're running off a fucking parachute, Cayman Island BS that just makes everything very complicated. Your short gain capital gains in the crypto market is nearly 50%. So where do you move? Germany, where they're crypto friendly, or do you hide everything off ledger and hope you don't get smacked in the wiener when you're trying to move all your liquidity around? And I think the crypto market has a large leg to jump into regulation. They're working on it, but where's it going to go? And Bitcoin's probably gonna go fucking
Specifically, I
wild.
don't like getting smacked in the wiener.
Well,
Yeah, it
that's a
sucks.
pain in that's a pain in the dick,
Yep, it is. It is.
or a pain in the butt. But it's if you like
That's why I
volatility
make
and
sure
you want to
MBS
run
makes
for
all
it,
my trades, and then he's supposed to have all that under control.
right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where to put my thumb on it. I haven't traded any crypto throughout the year. I've missed some good stuff, but I mean, I kind of feel like we're gonna see this hysteria event where, like, we're gonna see all these NFT accounts fire back up, and we're gonna be watching people buy it.
Well, that's why I was going to buy all
Craziness.
Cam's NFTs for $100.
He's not willing.
No, he doesn't want to sell them to me.
He doesn't. He knows the value.
I'd even go to 150.
But it's a whole different bear. You want to play, you want to poke at it, go for it. That's my spin on that. Not that anybody cares, but
Yeah, can you tell us how you really feel?
I think when I ended with you last night, you called me a fucking pussy. So I'm staying up all night. We're drinking rum, and hopefully W Tech wakes me up at 4 in the morning for market open.
He'll call you at 9. That's when he called me today, I think.
Do me a solid. When he calls you, you wake my ass up. I'll give you my
Dude, I don't wake up. The only reason I wake up is when Ivy smacks me in the head and tells me it's time to get up.
Yeah, time to make money.
I probably won't even. I
Turn
won't
the
even go to
fucking
sleep.
printers on, pal. Let's go.
I won't even go to sleep. It's awesome.
Did you go to sleep last night?
I did for 2 hours.
All right, good. At least you got your 2 hours in.
I got a little nap in, yeah. But then I knew that I had this stuff that Ivy wanted me to do today, so I cranked that stuff out, like regular, like household stuff. Yeah. Tomorrow I got to go to Florida, so.
How? Yeah, you're going to the Star Wars.
I'm going to the Swan and Dolphin. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. The Swan and Dolphin is just adjacent to Disney.
Yeah. So I got this guy named Mando Trades. If you bump into Mando again, I want you to run a couple trades off of him.
Well, I only know the real Mandalorian.
Oh.
No, I thought
That
it was actually funny that guy would talk to me and he.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Can you blast the Mandalorian theme song?
Yeah. Here we go.
Let me see what we got.
The fact that you drink cocktails with the Mandalorian.
It's one of the best days ever.
Yeah, without a paper straw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they use a Beskar.
Well, people who don't understand Star Wars and Mandalorian don't know what Beskar is.
Steel.
Yeah, they don't get it.
It's the holy of holies of steel.
Yeah. The cleanest steel, allegedly.
Not that China stuff.
I don't like Chinese.
So you're saying there's like a China in the Star Wars universe?
What's that?
There's like China in Star Wars?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well,
why would they feel the need to make
it's
best
4 minutes, no,
the
5
best?
6 minutes past my contracted time, so I'm gonna have to cut out here.
No, I don't blame you, man. Thank you for staying up this late. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, well, the bill will be large, but
The bill
Send it to my house. It'll be okay.
Can't boost mobile.
But yeah, we'll talk to you guys later.
Dude, you know I'm good for it.
Yeah, I know.
Dude.
I know.
Good talk. Good talk. I should probably cut out soon too. If you guys, but what do you guys want to wrap up
Captain,
with?
you freaking daisy. You're on the West Coast.
No kids.
I know, man, but I gotta.
But there
still
was
gotta-
this
freaking
one
lunchtime
thing
out
I was
there.
gonna tell you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm not gonna. I'm not rugging it right now. I wasn't gonna rug it. He did.
It's like lunchtime at your house.
That's hilarious. It is not lunchtime. I ate a huge lunch, so I didn't even.
Oh, what did you have? What did you have?
McDonald's.
Burritos.
No, I had my boss bought lunch, so I had like chili fries and a sub.
So MDS bought you lunch?
Yeah, exactly. MDS, my boss.
Actually, he bought you pirate food, right?
That's right.
Hero.
Dude, I mean, I'm just so like this is pretty easy. I gotta think of a couple more things to do with the whole streaming. Sorry, I'm looking at the streaming now. But I'm pretty amazed. I don't know how good the content is. I'm probably gonna have to look at it because
Then
it's just
delete it.
basically. Well, no, I'm just yeah, right, and then rage delete it. Yeah,
This is bullshit.
I don't know because it might not be bad because I haven't like. I'll like put Twitter or I'll put YouTube on when I'm like just around the house, so I don't necessarily need a face there all the time, and I'm just like scrolling through Twitter
Just kind
as
of like
I.
noise feed in the background. Pirate music. Oh no, here's the Mandalorian. Here we go.
There's the Mandalorian. All right, let's get back to stocks.
Go ahead. I'm just kidding.
What is anyone? What is?
I was
What are
just
people
messing.
talking
I
about?
love Star Wars, so you guys
We
know
have
me.
we have GME in the morning. We have my big play that's going in the direction I thought it would go for once, and it might be reverting on me. Oh, it got up to 570 today. What was volume like? Volume's still dropping off. That makes me happy. Oh God, we're in the next day. Where's Jamie at right now?
Is earnings in the morning or afternoon?
Earnings are pretty post market. There's probably going to be no call. I wonder why.
No call. Oh wow, they managed to shorten the time even further.
Well, I mean, there's still going to be stuff to go through.
Oh
There'll
yeah,
just be no call. And everyone will know that, if they beat or if they didn't beat earnings. I don't know if them beating earnings or not or them having a call says anything. What do you guys think?
I'll wait for them to dump it again. It'll be awesome.
yeah. We pretty much seen this story, right? Every earnings, they always try to find a way to dump it.
Yep.
Did you guys look at the top gainers for the day?
No, what are you looking at?
We had CHSN that ran 64%.
How much did Wheeler run?
How much did Wheeler? That's what he cares about.
We're not talking about it.
It didn't even run
Yeah.
that great. I mean, it did. It ran what from 28 to 33. I'm just sour because my average cost is higher than where it is now.
Well,
So
you got a friend that dumped on you probably.
no, not at all. Not at all. We play this game, and it'll
Only
get back up there.
Only 75%.
It's just a game. It's a Pirates game.
We had ANY that ran 62% today.
Yeah.
These are, NASDAQ listed stocks. You could always consider the put side of things and short side of things when something runs that heavy.
How much did Wheeler run? My fault. I didn't hear what you said.
All right, let's go back and look at Wheeler. God, what's the ticker symbol?
WHLR. Let's say you bought it at pre-market. What would you have made?
Pre-market. Where's our daily? All right, hourly. And you've been stacking this for a bit still. Oh wow,
Yeah. Huh?
that was a good one. That's a good runner. Let me guess. I'm trying to figure out where your candle came in. So you sold at 48 a portion.
These days are crazy days, aren't they? What was it pre-market? How what was
It
the price
was
you did it
ridiculous. It's like 16
at? Yeah.
cents.
Well, 25ish or whatever it was.
25. Oh, was it? Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you took a nice little run there.
Yeah.
Wait, it got down that,
Yeah.
or is it's before I can trade, right? You're talking pre-market, pre-market.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the gray windows. 23. 48 was selling to strength.
What was the 48 with the when it sold at 48? What was the amount of shares? 80,000.
Let's look at the candle. I don't know. That was still bullish volume at that
Yeah.
point in time. I'd have to look at the tape. Is that how many you sold? Which leg that back?
You see it?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. That's the
isn't
beauty
that
of it,
fun?
right?
Right, and then that red
How do
candle,
how
you put the fear candle on that in
I didn't
pre-market.
do any fear candle on anything, but it's
You cooked it.
oh, the beauty of this game, huh?
Yeah, it's a fun one. You know, here's the thing: is even though it laid down and it benchmarked, it just sat still. There's a lot of like heads and tails on
Well,
it.
then it ran up the rest of the day.
Right,
It
and
continued to run
there's still
upwards.
little there's still a little hump in there. And
Yeah.
what I'm looking at is like the RSI is cool, the MACD's cool, the daily's on a cross, weekly's getting ready to cross. Yeah, you might get a couple more weeks out of it if you're still
But
holding.
Captain's got to get something out of it. I'm okay with that one.
Just don't sell pre-market again, so he can catch the
Don't
top.
crash it. Don't crash it.
Yeah, he's got to catch the top.
Wait till I crush that alt tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome. That's gonna
That's
be awesome.
crazy.
Yep. It's funny how things work in the pre-market.
I like to play with it,
Oh, I love
and
pre-market. I love it.
and especially if something doesn't, if something's got a crazy wide spread. I mean, I'm not talking 30 cents. I'm talking like almost 80, 90 cents, and pre-market spread or after hour spread. You can really toy around with the bid ask, and speculation is that it's all computers trading that, but you can find the hidden walls that aren't there. You can kind of poke around and just buy a single share, pop a high ask on it and see where it takes. And then you could sell into that, or you can, buy into it, whatever direction you're trying to go. And you could kind of test things out a little bit, especially if there's low volumes or no volume at all. You could really play with those bid ask and kind of test everything
NDS
out.
does most of my trades in the morning, so I don't know
I
what
don't
to say about that.
right.
But
I don't know if you play with that, but I definitely do. So if I got
No one,
something I'm
no one would
interested
play
in,
with that stuff. That's just crazy, you know.
right? Well, it's not financial advice, but
Yeah,
there's
absolutely not. No one,
there's
no
all
one would play with bids and asks and stuff like that. No one trades in the pre-market. That's poppycock. You know, it's just for fun, right, Captain?
Hey, Captain, did you say my name
Yes,
on like
sir.
one of your recorded spaces or something? I'm just
I
getting
don't
like a
know.
ton of like random followers.
But it's because that you follow me, and then you'll get all of Captain and I's followers also.
Wait a minute. Why? I mean,
Specifically Captain's followers. I've been stuck at like 950 ish for like forever because every time I say something that people like, it's also something that everyone else hates.
Hey, are you
People hate
watching
my
it right
guts.
now? Are you watching it right now?
No, no,
Go back to your followers
no.
and just watch this.
Am I at 11 now?
No, we knocked you down to 965, buddy.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't.
I'm
Captain and
gonna
I
follow
had
you
this
back though.
discussion a long time ago about getting followers and stuff like that, and most of my followers are girls that want me to partake in their luxuries when I come to their town.
Yeah, like trading Bitcoin.
No, they just want me to take them out on a date when I come to their town. They're just like, my wife laughs about it all the time. She's like, Mark, like 80% of your followers are these girls that just send ass shots all
Yeah.
day, every day. And I'm like, that's freaking awesome, babe. I love looking at people's asses. You know?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get
If
those
they
like
only knew the benefit they could get from the information that we actually put out on occasion is crazy.
no, we don't like anything we talk about is probably in the well house of nonsense.
Well, none of it is financial advice, obviously, because if you take financial advice from a bunch of morons, then you're moronic in yourself.
Well,
So, but
that's that
yeah,
ironic aspect that maybe 1 out of the 10 might be right.
we only
Apparently,
need 1 out of 10. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of the process.
you out of the 1 out of the 10
Yes.
always seems to be the prosperous one. That's
Uh,
ridiculous. When you start sending me plays, I'm gonna load up,
I
buddy.
send everyone plays all the time.
Yeah. I am watching your alt.
Yep.
Is it alt?
Captain, how much you make on alt today?
Nothing.
I don't know. I sold it all yesterday.
Yep. Oh, okay. Well, you made a profit, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. You could buy it again
Yep.
tomorrow and then
Yep.
hold and hold and hold.
Yep.
No, alt is an easy pump and dump every day.
I got
It
one
goes
that
from 8.5 cents. If you can get it like right at 8.50, that's a beauty spot on that dude.
I got one that you don't really necessarily like talking about, but Hood,
No, we can talk about it. It doesn't make any difference to me.
it has taken a nice little bounce.
What's the price today?
Closed at 10.53. When I was looking at it, it was close to a bottom at around $7. We've had triple bottom in this area.
Dude, I love 30%. But the thing is like lots of people say all kinds of stuff, like, and I say all kinds of stuff too. Whereas you can't play them all. You know,
No,
it's
no, you
difficult.
just
You have to think about what you're gonna play. You know, and
unless we got tattoo money sitting there.
well, I have tattoo money, but we can't. You still can't play them all.
I know
Yeah.
another person that likes tattoos. and her
Cat
name is
likes tattoos.
Her name is
Hold on.
Nancy Pelosi. And you were
I don't
asking
even
me
want to
if
know.
if there's
Cat likes
things
tattoos. He likes them old ladies too. That'd be perfect. Shoot
right.
Cat in that picture.
And if you were asking me, like, if you had stuff stuffed away in a box, do you have Nancy Pelosi memorabilia that you
I
could
don't have
send me?
anything of Nancy Pelosi.
Man, I'm trying to work something here.
I
I
get
thought
it.
you would be the guy.
Well,
Hold
I
I'm your
on.
think
guy. I'm your
Hold
guy
on.
when it comes to that stuff. Go ahead,
Hold
Cap.
on. Serfdom. Let's take a look at ticker CHPT. You can too, Mark, if you want.
CHPT.
Yeah, specifically the open interest in, let's see, December. You can go December 8th. But December 15th as well.
Hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. What happened there? CHPT earnings expected. That's interesting.
Well, and here's my thing is, you know what happens to gaps 90% of the time? Now I get it. Why did this happen? I don't know. But we know what happens to gaps.
Yeah, potentially fill either direction depending on the sentiment.
But Mark, what do you think of this?
I have to look at it a little bit more. See what happens.
I'm gonna go to Cap Edge here.
Why did
Oh,
why
it's
did
an
it, why did
electric.
it why did it
Oh, sorry.
drop?
That's the real question.
From like $3.50 or whatever to like $1.90.
So they
Looks
have
like
two material definitive agreements and results of operations and financial conditions. Three 8K recent events. Massive dilution, 300 million in convertible notes, April 22nd. 175 million of common stock. What did they use it for? Is the question.
I want to know. This is what I want to know. Can someone answer me this? Because this doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Look at December 8th. You're looking at 8 cents. You are currently in the money 3 cents. It is saying that has an IV of 354.88. I don't really feel like that's a lot of juice to be paying that, or
For
even if you,
for volatility.
yeah, like the implied volatility.
For call options.
Yeah,
There's an
shouldn't that
uptick in
increase?
there's an uptick in volume. It all depends. I mean, if people are buying contracts, then that that changes that implied volatility. But if there's nobody buying calls or puts, then that number kind of chills down a little bit. So let's go look at
Well,
300% for me is a little high if I'm gonna sit on it for a long time.
I just don't get how it is 3% because even mathematically that doesn't seem like you
You're
know.
talking charge point, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
charge point. I mean, I
Okay.
understand that it says that, and I know, but still, look at. I mean, you're not carrying this for a long time. You're carrying it
Okay.
for 2 days till
So
expiry, 3 days till expiry.
On
But
the
the
year, it's down from $13.
the
oh yeah, hundred
option
percent.
the option chains run in kind of leaps and bounds. You got January, 2 weeks at a time. They run out pretty long, clear out to 2026. Let's say January 5th.
The thing is, they'll probably run it to 50 cents, right? And so when they get around 50 cents, shorten it out because they probably have toxic funders also, because
Yes.
all of these energy companies are in bed with the same people. It's
So
and I'm not saying that if you have an energy company or a something like that that you're fraudulent, but all those people get their money from the same people,
so
and they
here's
all
what
run at the same time.
here's what's interesting going through the option chain. So I kind of worked my way back from January to December 15th. January's 100 calls in trade volume. December 29th, 300. December 22nd, you know, uh, 55 in volume. December 15th has 5,000 open interest and with a volume metrics of 16,000 in and out. So,
You
is there a potential catalyst, you know, perceived to be, executed before December 15th? Or are these market makers who could have premium harvest everybody and then kick the can down the road?
Well, and the other side of that though is December 8th, which is a little more pressing because you've got 109 wait 100,918
Mm-hmm.
open interest. So I mean all of that of course is buys and trades. So it's not, you don't know how many is out there. But
Right.
what you do know is that there's a grip of them out there and they're all in the money right now,
Let's see
right?
how
And
outweighted it is. Go to cabbage because it'll kind of show this. I gotta kind of click on a bunch of things because it could be just completely outweighted on the bullish side, and then
no,
we're
it's
not seeing.
so you're seeing on $2 puts, you're looking at 443,097, and then 250 puts is only 1,000. So you're outweighed.
Right. I'm looking at 13 apps right now just to see if there's any that looks pretty balanced. Okay, let's go to shorts.
And your
Pretty
volume's in an
balanced.
uptick, I believe.
Right. Insider ownership, hard disposal, transactions, volume sell. So voluntary volume sell, that's a little outwitted. So there's been a little bit of insider selling. Uh,
And massive dilution. So I mean, it's not something I would be wanting to hold long term.
right. Well, and like volatility is volatility. If you play it right, then it works out great. Like if I were to long this for volatility and then play options on it, especially let's go call options. I would go outside of where all your volume's at and then run another month on it. And the reason why is you're gonna crash down your IV. So if you go down, if you go out to January, you're looking at a bid ask spread that's between 27 cents and 33 cents per contract. Your IV is at 134%. The volume isn't there. You have volume 147, open interest 517. What you have is a really good balance on your theta decay and then like your delta and your gamma. So you could potentially buy this thing, buy an option in between the bid ask, get lucky and grab it at, you know, 30 cents per option, grab a call for $30 and then sit on it and then see if that implied volatility pushes off of December 22nd, December 29th, December 15th. So all of December, effectively, they could roll these calls and push their calls into those months on speculation, or all these sell off, and then the next gamut of buyers come in, and you have a potential of leeching up your contracts and listing them for 50 cents a contract. And that's where I look at it, is like volumes, because what you're trying to do is sell that contract to another sucker that wants to buy it, right? Effectively. And if you don't have volume, you're not going to sell it. It's just going to sit there. And what you're doing is paying the premiums for the market makers, and they're just, writing you a fucking spoof contract. But the volatility's there, and to play it safe, you could run long and just wait and see what happens with a low spot fee in the money buy, and then just let it ride.
Well, no, you're 100% right, because what you could do in this, because or that gives you at least less risk, because you're giving yourself, if they're trying to kill all those calls this week, it
Right.
might go down, but then there's going to be a reaction to, whatever the.
Yeah, you get your like IV spikes off these sell-offs. Like, these guys got to honor these contracts, right? So you have a large potential for, I mean, would you say 130,000 contracts times 100? That's 1.3 million shares being released back into the
What
market.
if I bought all those contracts?
Well, if you're ready to
Well,
close Friday, you bought all of them. I mean, they'd
Yeah,
have to
that's
be
funny
selling.
though. I mean,
They'd
if
have to
you're
be selling them. Is the other contract, right? Like, these guys are gonna hold these things to end of day, 15 minutes to close, to print profitability. Hmm. I mean, if
makes
you,
you wonder.
it does, right? And like, for me, it seems like premium harvesting. And this is like if for people that don't understand this, contract writers, when stocks list the Nasdaq, and when you start seeing option chains, that is their prime opportunity to come in and go, let's grab these risk averse traders that have no risk whatsoever, no risk tolerance. They'll just let it ride, and see where the gamblers are at. They'll come in and they'll collect your premiums, whatever you're willing to spot pay on that call or put, and they'll take it from you. And what they do is they let this stuff pool up, and then you can go to share accumulation and see where everything's in the money and out of the money. And you got some pretty crazy spikes in common
What's funny
share
is
accumulation.
I could probably momentarily pump everything if I bought a whole bunch of shares.
And then this is where the buying and selling starts taking place, right? So if you
Yeah.
come in, you decide that you're gonna 80,000 up buy on the ask and run this thing up to 250. That's where all this volatility starts running in.
Yeah.
And like, for me, anything that's over 150% for my risk tolerance in options, I'm just not going to play with it unless there's something
Well, like
really
how
good
someone did
sitting
that to
there.
Alt this morning,
Right.
I don't know who did that, but it could have been somebody else. It could have been Captain. It could have been MDS.
Right.
But
And
they
then
went in. They bought
it was
85.
it was definitely not me, because I don't have access to pre-market.
So
So
what I can say is, the day before yesterday, someone
can
went
we
in and
not
bought
start? Can we
hundred
not
and nine
kick off
thousand
our?
calls.
Can we not kick off our I mean, this is all jokes, but can we not kick off our initial streaming by openly admitting to market manipulation?
No,
Well,
it's not market.
they
You're
manipulate the
allowed
market
to
all the
buy and
time.
sell. You're allowed to buy and sell.
Exactly.
You
I
can
can't
be
believe
the
you're
most.
still streaming this, Captain.
Oh no, it's happening,
Bro,
man. You
100%.
bite.
We're gonna. Yeah,
You're,
people love to hear our bullshit. Look at, there are people in here now, and then there are people later on who might want to hear our bullshit,
Who will listen to it? Yep.
our entertaining BS, which I hope
Everyone wants
I
to
hope
hear
it's
about
entertaining.
pirates.
well, to be more than fair for the four other people that are listening, we only learn this stuff by being stupid, because
That's
we've
right.
all made bad trades and had to deal with it.
Well,
And
Captain has, but I don't make many bad trades.
and when you get slapped with a bad trade, it makes you want to be more gooder. And it sucks
Be
because
more
sometimes you
gooder. Yep,
more gooder,
absolutely. Yeah.
and you kind of just it you almost run on repeat of the things that have worked really well for you in the past. And that's not necessarily the approach that you need to take, because not every stock's the same, and not every volume's the same. It's all different. And if you don't pay attention to what you're doing, what you're going to do is give these guys all your money, and then Mark cashes out on tattoo, and then Mark cashes out on Wheeler, and then we sit and talk about it and go, you know what, that Mark guy, he's got it figured out. So what we
I
got
have
to
never
do,
said that.
what we got to do, is figure out what the hell Mark's doing, and it all goes back to
MDS does all my stuff, so you have to
yeah.
just talk to him.
Whenever MDS wakes you up in the morning to
Well,
grab your
it's really.
phone,
I mean, I see it more of like, it's a kung fu, right? And you're studying your own kung
Yeah.
fu. But
Yeah.
not everyone's kung fu is going to be the same,
Absolutely.
and you learn different tricks and trips from different other people's kung fu, and you kind of, the way of the fist, you kind of just become water, and,
Yeah.
the,
you learn your own style, and
And
you can be.
Captain, you're absolutely right with that. Because some of the stuff that happened this year was 100% pure luck, right? And you just have to be. Sometimes you just have to be lucky, and that's just the way that all this worked out this year. And
Well, in case in point, like
yeah,
sometimes you have to trust your thesis though too.
yeah,
Like I
yeah.
have been
Stick to your
selling
plan.
I've been selling way too early.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily I haven't
But
been taking a huge loss, but
your original plan was not to sell that early, though, right?
no, I sold big a day
No,
before
what
it
I'm
blew
saying
up.
though is like you had a
No, and
plan and
I
you had
did,
a
and
plan. Yeah. Go
no,
ahead.
I had a plan, and I wanted to get a certain number, and I knew it was going to hit a certain number,
You'd
but
hoped.
I got back, yeah, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to pay too much data, blah blah blah. Let myself talk myself out of that. If I had waited one more day, I still had like a whole week. I would have been paid handsomely on that one.
Yeah. 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 No, I mean
so
they're
let
it's tough. It's tough decisions that you make sometimes, and they're it's
what
sometimes you get lucky and you win big, and sometimes you don't. It is what it is. But if you
so
get if you get out on ahead, then you're ahead still. You live
I
to
want to
fight
go.
another day. Go ahead.
I want to go back to Neg, and then like kind of what alerted me to where something might happen with that ticker. And what I did is I came in off the most recent high on my weekly charts, and I charted it up to $3, and then I set the bar low at $1. and I watched it dive way below that dollar mark. Now, there's market sentiment about, you know, we got to get back to the $1 bid requirement, and there's always going to be a push to try to push that back up to $1. And I set my buy range at like $1.30, clear up to like $1.50. So I'm gonna screenshot kind of what I'm looking at here, and then what happened to that. And the reason why I didn't play this is because it had so much volatility. And I could have grabbed it when I saw it, but I'm gonna post this in the comments. Just screenshot of some chart. But where I'm looking at is kind of this dead cat bounce back into this range of where I feel comfortable buying because my risk downside is 30%, my upside risk is 50%, and kind of sit and see where it's going to capitulate. Because after these types of movements, it's got to bench out and it's got to relax. And if you go look at this chart, I mean, it just blew right past all my marks. And when that happens and I chart something out and it doesn't trade relative to what I have at my expenses, try to trade at a TA level and just judge how this is mathematically going to move where it hits supports and resistance. If it blows right past all that stuff, I stay away from it. And the reason why is during that type of volatility, you don't know what you're going to get executed at. And I've had multiple bad market executions where I put in an entry and it's filling me up and I'm getting bad positions. I'm not going to be able to trade it well. And, 15 minutes later, I'm fucking deep red on it. And the reason why this is even more important is if you're going to trade options, you need to understand these levels. Now, I roll back on like a fib chart. Fib chart doesn't mean anything if there's nothing there. Like you're just charting into the abyss and it's not going to follow what you're doing. Right. And then you can go and look at market indicators, RSI, momentum, MACD. Like all of those things are all indicators and what the stock has done as far as volumes and trying to predict what it's going to do if it takes a $17 million day. The next day, you can bet you're not going to see the same types of volumes. And trading options, you're looking at volatility. That's all that is. Like you want to trade options, you're going to be playing volatility. Now, if there's high speculation for bullish volume, then load up when nobody's thinking about it, because you got to get good entries on your spot fees. And then that's like puts are pretty easy when something runs really heavy, but at the same time you're going to hit 500, 600, 700% IV trying to buy those puts because every single market maker is watching the same spike that you just saw. And I'm stupid. If I can see it, they've already been on it. They've been tracking every minute on it because that's their job. If that's a good explanation into that. But I I think there's a little more gas in the new egg potential pump because that's what it's going to be. It's all retail driven. There's nothing there to hold it up. But I think there's a little more there. I haven't bought yet.
I already bought and sold, so
Yeah,
and
so
I
you
already
did
called. I called you a motherfucker for a day, and then
then I'm not so bad.
no, it doesn't matter. And like when I call people motherfuckers, it's just a temporary thing. You know, it's not
Well, I could have told you that I wasn't in it because it's highly volatile. But
Well, I wasn't in it. MDS was in it for me. So
was it? Yeah.
no,
It's
All right.
he woke up early that pre-market and then bought those for me, and then I had to deal with the drama of it, and then yeah.
I was right.
No, you were
I
right,
wasn't
dude.
I
Yeah,
was
you were absolutely right. It
I
was
wasn't
no,
it
we
wasn't
made money
perfect.
on it. I'm not gonna say we lost anything. We made money on it. But
Well, I'm gonna
I'll
be
put
on the
something in his shoe. So
I'm gonna be yeah, little shot of rum,
yep,
couple shares.
none
All
of
right.
that stuff. I have to go to bed,
I have to
and
go to bed.
I wish you
As
guys
well.
the best of luck uh, today with trading. But I have to go to bed.
All right, Mark. But I did want to tell you that one last thing.
What was that? Uh, today with trading, but I have to go to bed.
All right, Mark. But I did want to tell you that one last thing.